Well, welcome all of you to another Friday. We made it through another week. Another week gone, another week in the books, another week of 2024, and we are now officially in the month of March. It is March 1st of 2024. Wow. So I know that people are still watching the Rust recap, and I encourage you guys to do so. I posted that link at the top of the chat so that you guys would go and encourage Ian because Ian's been doing recaps. And my gosh, those are exhausting, but I'm so glad to see that he's getting a lot of good coverage and a lot of people are tuning in because he's our resident expert in all things Rust and firearms. So we'll be joined by him a little bit later when he finishes his recap. But I've had thoughts too, and I've been able to share some of them while jumping in from time to time via audio on Ian's stream. But I've been watching here and there along the way, and my gosh, what a trial. We knew it would be something with the attorneys that were litigating, but I don't know that we anticipated that we'd get to this stage and there'd be this much interest. So it's been very interesting to see. So for those of you guys tuning in, for those of you who are you're early, thanks for being here. Let me know what your week was like. How you doing? Do you have a cocktail pulled up? Do you have some tea, some water, some caffeinated beverage of sorts, some popcorn? Because we've got some stuff to cover, and a lot of it's going to be Rust. And then towards the end, I've got some Sam Bankman-Fried updates that are rather interesting, such as his existing attorneys seeking to withdraw prior to his sentencing, asking to continue the sentencing, then seeking to withdraw, and a lot of letters that were filed on his behalf, telling us what these other people think of Sam Bankman-Fried. So that's going to be towards the end. How was your week? Kate R coming in. Kate is a person I want to shout out for some pretty extreme dedication. Those of you guys who catch FNF on replay, the timestamps, the chapters, all of those are done by Kate. I've never asked her to do them, expected her to do them, but she does them almost every single week. So when you catch replay and you want to fast forward through a topic, she is the person who makes that happen. So Kate, thank you very much. I've actually asked you, and I want you to send me an email because I want to send you a pen. I very much do. So let me know what you want. Please. Honestly, I have been so appreciative of all the chapters. That work is amazing. So thanks for all you do. Let's see. Tanya, been a long week. Looking forward to celebrating my twin daughter's 19th birthday tomorrow. Wow. 19. You made it. You made it. Congratulations on raising two young girls who went all the way through and have attained the age of 19. And all three of you are still standing, which is saying something when you have two daughters in the house with a mom. That's a lot. Yeah. It's a whole lot. Let's see here. Do you have a public email address? Yes, I do. lawandlumber@gmail.com, all spelled out. lawandlumber@gmail.com. You can find it in the About page, but it's there. Let's see. Air up, Cherry. Wide awake as I fell asleep earlier thanks to a fibro. Oh my gosh, flare up. I'm sorry about that. That's terrible. It's really brutal to see. I hope you're doing okay. Allison says my week was hectic AF, but my husband and I shared a bottle of red wine at Magnolia's in Percival for our 5th wedding anniversary. Congratulations on wedding anniversary number 5, which is technically tomorrow, but we're already out and about. Good. Spend time with the hubby. Don't watch me. Watch me on replay. How is Leo? Leo is a chaos monster. Complete chaos monster. He had his physical this week, just checking up and doing some vaccinations, and he is already 30 pounds. which means he's already like almost too heavy for me to pick up and put in his crate. He's big and he's getting his voice and his opinions, and he's realizing that he can express those opinions as a young adolescent. And my gosh, does he have them, and does he have those opinions to share? He's a great pup, though. Love having him around. He's a wonderful, wonderful dog. Jennifer, my anniversary was yesterday. LOL. Happy anniversary. Been together 18 years, but married for 4, but it was our first anniversary. Well, that math, hang on. You got to make that math for me because I'm bad at math. But together for 18 years. So yeah, I get that part. Married for 4, but it was our first anniversary. I'm not good at math, but I think it was your 4th anniversary. I don't know. Leap year? Oh, I get it. Oh my gosh. I'm an idiot. I am so oh, that took me a second. That took me a long time. That took me way longer than I thought it was going to be. The maths when you do it that way. Married on a leap year. It's your first anniversary. Congratulations on your first anniversary. Oh my gosh, the chat's letting me have it tonight. You know, I don't blame the mathing as much as I do the calendar. What the heck? We have like one day built in every 4 years to readjust the calendar. That is messed up. It's messed up. I don't remember if it's 2024 or 2020 or 2021. I lose track of what year it is. How am I supposed to remember what a leap year is or a not leap year? I have to keep some backwards calendar in my head reminding me every 4 years that it's a leap year. Oh my gosh. What a nightmare. Sarah Turner, very generous of you. Thank you very much. Definitely been a week. Been watching all my favorite lawyers and watching all the second generation children protesters on Scientology all over the country in Canada and the UK. Really proud of the job they're doing. I haven't been able to see any of that stuff. I will take your word for it. I love seeing people, especially young people, get active in the community and express their thoughts and learn what the real world is. And honestly, that's what this channel is kind of intended to do. It's supposed to show people what real life is and give you guys an unvarnished view of the law. I don't want people to be intimidated by the law. I make this channel to be approachable so that people aren't afraid of lawyers and that they can go out and talk to them like we're real people and that we actually care, because we do. So it's really important that, well, like I said, this new generation, I'm glad that they're paying attention. I want them to pay more attention to not just the 30-second clips, but actually start paying attention to some long form content and people, for example, lawyers that break down law or historians that break down history. Explaining things is really important. History is very important to me. I love history. And I really wish that we had a better grasp on how to teach that to young kids. It's really, really, really important. Here was this one. Lemon Drop. I'm watching Ian around the same time. Yeah. Ian just called Alec Baldwin a dick. I've been really happy watching Ian do these recaps. They're one of the coolest things that I've been able to see. Because y'all remember when I did the Maya recaps. And for those of you who don't know who I am Rob. Hi, this is my channel, Law and Lumber. I am a practicing domestic relations litigation attorney in the Commonwealth of Virginia, the state of Virginia. And I have been so for more than 13 years. So when I see cases, I try to break them down with the understanding of what a trial attorney sees so that people can understand what's happening in court. Because a lot of commentary you get are from outsiders, people who are viewing it from the outside who haven't been in a courtroom or tried a case. I want to give you the inside view of what I see going on and try to explain it. And I give my opinions along the way. I try to be very careful about those opinions and express to you when I am giving the opinion. I try to remain as neutral as I can to give you both sides of the argument. And I admit when I can't do that. So thank you guys for being here. Very much appreciate it. That's why the channel exists, is to inform and educate. And every now and then I get to say hi to mom. Hey, mom. Mary Morton, mom here. Miss you. Miss you too, mom. I'll see you in a couple weeks. You'll be out here towards the end of April for the birthday that is going to be my 40th birthday. My gosh, time just flies. Glad to see you here, mom. Love you. I don't stay up too late. Be good. Okay. Just saying. K-Rab, leap years can be divided by 4, but not by 100. That I'm not going to, my brain's not going to process that at all. JPC, January had 965 days, February had 7. Kind of feels that way. A little bit. Just a bit. So, glad to see you guys here. Hope you're having a good week. What have you guys been watching? I imagine a lot of you have been watching the Rust trial. And that's kind of where I want to start coverage tonight. I haven't been able to give commentary along the way because I've been, practicing law. But I have been watching from time to time things that are going on, things that I find very interesting. And this trial in particular has captivated a lot of my thoughts. And I know that people have opinions on Hannah Gutierrez and whether she's guilty or not guilty, and whether there should be more people guilty or whether others are more culpable than she is. And I want to try and explain that the best way I can, based on the testimony that we've been seeing coming in throughout the trial. Lost in a crowd of 3, had a Doberman growing up, best dog ever. And yes, she was very opinionated. They are very, very opinionated puppies. And vocal. My gosh. There's something I didn't realize was a thing. And it's apparently the nose whine of a Doberman, where they whine, but it's not via it's not vocal. They don't open their mouths to do it. It's a nasally whine, like like through the nose. It's something different, and they get very good at expressing themselves. Too good. He's very, very opinionated, like so many opinions. I want all the food. Nope, that's not enough. I can't give you all the food because you're going to outgrow your bones. I have to give you this amount of food because if I give you too much, you're going to outgrow your bones. We're going to have problems. You got to eat what you're going to eat. It's going to be interesting. Canonical Heat. This is a good tip. Presidential election year equals a leap year. Now I know. I didn't know that. Now I do. And now you guys do too. Nancy Robbins, thanks for tuning in. I walked a half a mile today. Way to go. Go me. Also started a new painting for my grandbabies. Good. Get out. Go make something. You'll feel better. Whether it's drawing, writing, building, welding, 3D printing, make something. It will bring a lot of peace to the turmoil that is life. So, shall we get into some of the subject matter that we intend to cover this evening? I think we should, because we got a lot. And I know that Ian's going to come in here really opinionated because today, well, there were some flubs towards the end of today's testimony that were some own goals by the defense. And I know he's going to have opinions on that. So I'm going to kind of save that for when he joins. So let's catch up on some of the chats and then we'll get into some of the Rust coverage. Joshua, thank you for gifting memberships. You don't have to do that. You're a mod. You give so much to the channel already. Guys, thank the mods. The mods do a freaking fantastic job of keeping this chat a great place to talk about trial coverage. Respectful, courteous, and they put up with me who starts streams late and goes late. So thank you to the mods and please show them some love. Brianna, thank you very much. Hi, Rob. Thank you for all the content and sharing your experience as a Florida attorney. Virginia, but I did go to law school in Florida. This week, I finally got the courage to leave my abusive marriage. I had my first appointment with an attorney on Monday. I'm glad that you found the confidence to do what is best for you. In meeting with that attorney, don't feel like you're boxed into that one attorney. Be open to different attorneys. Find an attorney that vibes with you. And I say vibes like a freaking Gen Zer. But what I mean to say is find an attorney that you have a good rapport with, someone that talks to you, and find the attorney that actually is going to take the lead on your case. So make sure that's the person you're talking to. Canonical Heat, thank you for gifting memberships. Much appreciated. Jojo, thanks for being a member for 12 months, 1 year. What is sleep and who needs it? UK Watcher. Well, I don't know what sleep is, but I do need it. Mary Coppola, did you buy the house yet? Hope so. I don't know. Baby Steps, thanks for gifting memberships. Susan Crespi, thanks for being a member for 19 months. Kentari, it's been caffeine and a lot of granny squares. Awesome. Finally, Freed, I had an amazing smoked bourbon barrel aged Chipotle Potter at Tyranina's tap room tonight. My Friday isn't a good one without some Rob. Glad that you're here finally, Freed. Hope we can make your weekend a little bit better with a fun Friday. Fiona, thank you for gifting memberships. Very, very much appreciated. Lindsay, last weekend you said maybe buying a house. How'd that go? Maybe buying a house. That's how it went. New studio soon? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. How you doing with deciding if you can let go of anything from the shop? It's not going to happen. I'm going to find a way to get every tool from that shop into whatever house gets purchased. Period. It's going to be a chore because I have a lot of tools. Sherry, for us Aussies, a long, damn hot week. It's cold here. Not that cold. Kind of some nice days, but you know, grass is always greener. Crazy by proxy. Thanks for sharing Leo picks. Leo's doing awesome. Megan Easton, time flies when you're having fun. Yeah, it does. And when life, and that's one of the things that's kind of neat is yes, time flies, but it always is important to take a minute and like backstep for a second and realize it's pretty good. Life can be pretty awesome. It's got to be open to it. Lost in a crowd of 3, had Dobermans growing up. Yep. Very opinionated Doberman. Thank you for sharing. Sensationally social with Beth. Saw in the news a lady that turned 100 yesterday, but it was her technically 25th birthday because of leap year. So awesome. So happy 25th birthday to that lovely young lady. Adrian Angevine, leap year is easy. Leap year is always the presidential election year. See, we learn things. I remember it as just one more day to torture us with the campaign ads. Yeah, I get the text messages. They're annoying AF. Sensationally social with Beth had German Shepherds, and they also have opinions. The big dogs always do. So the little ones. Amy Griff, roundly weak, but put a bunch of little resin glow in the dark ducks all over my kid's room and bathroom today. My daughter said it made her day. There are more to find, which was to my ears. That is amazing. I love seeing that. Kelly Bridenbaugh, hello from Ohio. What a week indeed. Glad you're here. Lady Drake, my 40th is in May, so joining you in the Sporty 40. Sporty 40. I like that. That's a good term. Sporty 40. I feel less sporty, though, to be honest. I feel more like the Oldsmobile that, like, you know, the ones that once has all the bounces and, like, everything feels like, you know, you hit a bump and it's just like, whoa. That's what it feels like right now. Tina, KS Lawnard, LMAO, seeing you in EDB feeds. Your comments had me going. Thanks for being entertaining. I finally have made it to a live, always on replay crew. Glad to see you making a live. Glad that you're here. Yeah, when I'm watching a trial, I have 3 monitors on my desk, right? I have a small monitor here, my big monitor, and a vertical monitor for like drafting documents. And when watching trial coverage, I'll put whoever's covering that trial on the small monitor here and flip the mouse over and start chatting when I get opinionated. And I got very opinionated today with a lot because disaster. We'll get to that. We will, I promise. Vez, glad to see you here. Totally love that Leo thinks his name is No. I don't. But we'll get him there, I promise. Christy, we have a Shar-Pei who oinks and snorts. Awesome. Jacqueline Ellis, I had 2 red Dobermans, a 14-year-old Dobie, and an almost 3-year-old. Wait till he discovers socks and feet. No, he found socks. He found socks. It's annoying. He really did. Aaron Olivia, 18 months, Rob, first membership I ever got. Aaron Olivia, thank you for being a member and for sticking around. I hope you've enjoyed it. I owe you guys a shop stream, and I've got to clean the shop to do that. So I've got plans this weekend to clean the shop. So hopefully I can get one of those lined up. I know it's been far too long for me to chat with you guys. Chris and M96 flipped to Ian. He was playing Thirst Swoop. Oh no. Mozzie 66, have you seen any coverage about the off-charts judge on a trial regarding gag order on law tubers in relation to a channel, The Hales, who aren't law tubers? I have not. I think I've seen rumblings of it, but I haven't checked into it. So I'm guessing I probably should take a look. So, okay, let's do this. We have a Rust Swoop. Let me know what you think about it. It's a quick Rust Swoop, but I kind of just want to throw something together to say that's what we're talking about. So we had the armorer testify yesterday on behalf of the state. And I wanted to give some context to that testimony. So I went back to Baldwin's old interview, the interview he gave after the shooting. And I want to play that so that we have that fresh in our minds when the armorer starts talking. So let's watch that real quick. Let me know if you can hear it.
But you're the camera operator, and there's the camera, so I should always shoot off camera. You never shoot into the lens. And you shoot, and there's a flash and a sound. Now, I went to lunch. She disarmed me. I sat down.
She being?
Hannah, the armaments person. She was always handling the guns, 99% of the time. So I would, if I had a cosmetic rifle with no rounds, I'd hand it to one of her assistants. I'm sitting there. She disarms me. We go to lunch. We come back from lunch, and they hand me the revolver, the Colt.
And I just like the name. It's Hannah again.
They arm me, and you're assuming, as we've done every time, that it's a cold gun for the rehearsal. And I put the gag in the shot. You're the camera because I have a coat, and I have a holster, and I pull the coat over, and I kind of cup my hands like I folded my hands. And then I'm going to slowly sneak the revolver, the Colt out, and turn and shoot these other guys, or try to shoot them. I take the coat over the thing, the camera's there. I believe, my recollection is she was there, turned a bit, like talking to him. So I think she was hit in the right armpit. But this is all I know, and that is that I take the gun out in the rehearsal. Really, he wants it very dramatic and very slow. I'm trying to sneak up on them. I take the gun out, and as I take, as it clears, as the barrel clears the hole, I turn and cock the gun over here. I turn and cock the gun goes off. It's supposed.
I turn and cock the gun, and the gun goes off. Okay.
Supposed to be a cold gun. Nothing. No flash charges, nothing. Now, this is a puzzle to me, and this is making me very emotional now, but in my time, and I'm older now, but when I was younger and I was shooting guns in films, I've never seen a theatrical flash round where the material went through someone's armpit, came out their body, and hit somebody else in the shoulder. Yeah. I'm wondering if...
That's a whole lot of information for him to have. That's more information that a lot of people had. So watching this, a few years later, or a year and a half later, however long it's been, it's a lot. So already we have this, it's supposed to be a cold gun, completely unloaded. No dummies, no nothing. Okay. And he is sitting in the church pew, and he clears the gun from the holster and cocks it, and the gun goes off. Well, you guys might remember the testimony from the expert, who played the lovely video of how that actually couldn't happen. And I'm looking through these clips because I know that he made affirmative statements. I did not put my hand on the trigger, but I also know that we played some clips from the Rust shooting where the hand was on the trigger in various other shots. So I'm going to try and find a way to stitch all those together to find the interview, the testimony, and pair it all up so that we can see how this falls apart. If I have the time to do that, I don't know. But I found going back to this interview remarkably informative for how we're viewing this trial. So let's go on.
Your department is prepared to go find out what comes out of his shoulder surgically. Is that a live round?
That's what we are actually looking
Is that
at.
a lot? Because it doesn't make any sense otherwise.
Yeah.
It hits her in the armpit, comes out her shoulder, goes into his shoulder, and he just told me on the phone, I talked to Joe. He said, they showed me the x-ray, and the shape of the thing in my shoulder is the shape of a bullet. Now, all the rounds, I was told, you need to verify, I think this is important, they take the gun, they enter the, and all the rounds that are in there were either dummy rounds, no flash, cold rounds, or rounds with a flash. In the rehearsal, there should have been nothing. It should have been a cold gun with no rounds inside or dummy rounds, cosmetic rounds, no flash. I take the gun out slowly, I turn, I cock the pistol, bang, it goes off, she hits the ground, she goes down.
He said it again. I took the gun out, I cocked it, it goes off. Took it out, cocked it, it goes off. Prosecution needs to pay attention and pause and replay these points to emphasize the point that Alec Baldwin is making. Now, this is the trial of Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, Hannah Gutierrez, who was the armorer on set. But this part is he's one more link in this chain. His trial is coming up this summer, and we're going to see it. And I mean, Baldwin's attorneys have a big hurdle ahead of them because of these statements.
He goes down screaming. He's like, Jesus Christ, and I'm going. And I thought that maybe sometimes the wadding can come out if you're closer to get a burn. Two actors who killed themselves with guns, with theatrical guns, John Eric Hexum and Brandon Lee, they put the live round in, and I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed and die, which both of them died.
Right.
I think with Brandon Lee, there was a piece of material lodged in the thing that shot from or something.
Yeah.
I don't remember vividly, but my point is, I've been doing this, I shot enough guns in my day in movies, I've never seen this before, where a flash round, was, from my understanding is, may I borrow your pen for a minute?
Of course, you could even borrow
My understanding is,
May I borrow your pen? Of course you can. Please continue speaking, Mr. Baldwin. By all means, please.
that in a bullet, here's the thing with the pin, and here's the bullet itself. And now here, when you have a cosmetic round, no flash, no nothing, they drill a hole in the side of the brass to signify that it's a cosmetic round. There's nothing in there. There's no powder. But when you have a flash round, and there's stuff in there, wadding and powder to make the charge. This material here, that is the bullet, is made of a clay or some material that just disintegrates. So what you have is bang, and you see the flash go bang, and you get a sound, but nothing, there's no projectile.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm curious about is what came out of that bullet that went through her body and into his shoulder.
That's pretty powerful.
I've never heard of it. Now, some people say you can lodge material in the barrel accidentally, a rock, something, that happens. Which is why every time we've done this, I'm here to tell you, to testify that every time we've done this, she's done it right. She cleaned the barrel, made sure nothing was lodged in there. We went hot when they were ready. You always announce, going hot. Crew gets ready. And then all of a sudden, you're the camera, and I shoot away from you. I sit there and like, bang, 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 and flashes are coming out. We shoot the rounds.
Now, this part's funny because we have a lot of statements that we know based on having watched the video are factually inaccurate, how he treats the firearm. But I want to rewind a minute. So right to about here.
Something that happens, which is why every time we've done this, I'm here.
Every time we've done this, the defense is going to focus on this. Every time we've done this, I'm here to
tell you, to testify that every time we've done this, she's done it right. She cleaned the barrel, made sure nothing was lodged in there. We went hot when they were ready. You always announce.
Let me tell you one thing I don't like about this. Look at his hand. Right there. She cleans the barrel. People who are comfortable with firearms. Let me see if I can't find like a prop, something. No, can't use that. Can't use that. Ah, a stapler. We'll use a stapler. Now, let's pretend this stapler, Office Space, is the firearm, right? Most people who are comfortable with firearms, when they are demonstrating how they're holding it, their finger, trigger finger, will be elongated like that, right? Because their finger will be along the barrel of the gun, not over the guard, not in the guard, along the barrel. Safe way to hold a firearm, safe way to hold a revolver or a handgun. So this doesn't mean anything because it's just Alec explaining it. But when he says he's shot a lot or he has experience, I want you to look at how he's explaining when the gun's cleared. That finger, he has it crooked. Like his natural inclination is to be on or towards the trigger. And that drove me nuts when I was watching this. It bothered me a couple times. I rewound it and saw it again.
Okay, so nothing was lodged in there. We went hot when they were ready. You always announced, going hot. Crew gets ready. And then all of a sudden you're the camera and I shoot away from you. I sit there and like, bang, bang, bang. And flashes are coming out. We shoot the rounds.
He doesn't always shoot away from the camera. Like he over exaggerates that, but we see when the armor goes through, that's not what he does.
She cleans the barrel every time, and she checks that the rounds are all cosmetic rounds, or nothing in the chamber for the rehearsal. She hands me the gun. I'm assuming she's done it the right way. She's done it the last 2 weeks. I put it in the holster. I pull it out slow. We're rehearsing. We're not filming anything. I pull it out slow, turn, cock the pistol, bang, it goes off, and she hits the ground.
Third time. Mr. Baldwin, no matter how many times you say something, it doesn't make it true. Now, he might be recalling something like shock. I don't know if it's trauma recollection. I don't know. But again, I pull it out, but he emphasizes very slowly. Very slowly. That's not what it looked like.
And then he starts screaming. And I'm thinking, in a flash round, I could see maybe if there was wadding or there's some stuff like that's hot, and maybe it hits you and burns you. And then, as they say, sometimes that happens. But remember, we're rehearsing, so no one's protected.
So it's all supposed to be.
He starts screaming.
He testifies about what he's thinking. I'm going to play some clips from today of Joel Souza and the thought process of others on the set. Ian and I have talked about it before. They're the two loudest things that you can ever hear is a bang when you expected to hear a click, and a click when you expected to hear a bang. And that percussion, that sound, your mind does not calculate that fast. It can't. There's a processing lag. And the testimony from everyone else from today all exhibited that processing lag of, I heard this. And then the question is, what did you think? I didn't know what to think. But during this interview, again, voluntary interview without counsel present. Which he should never have done, because he's filling blanks that don't make logical sense. And I don't mean that like a pun, like he's filling blanks. No, he's actually filling memory blanks or thought blanks or what his thoughts were in that moment with things that he thinks people want to hear.
And I'm thinking, in a flash round, I could see maybe if there was wadding or there's some stuff like that's hot, and maybe it hits you and burns you. And then, as they say, sometimes that happens. But remember, we're rehearsing, so no one's protected.
So it's all supposed to be this one, cosmetic one.
Or nothing.
Or nothing.
For the rehearsal, the gun is normally empty.
Mm-hmm.
But my point is that they were standing in positions they wouldn't ordinarily be in because they assumed it was an empty, cold gun. We weren't shooting, we were rehearsing. That's a vital difference. So if she's here, if the camera's here, and she's standing here talking to the gun, and I'm on a bench here, and Joel's behind her, and this is not proportionate, because obviously the camera's not as big as her body, but I draw the gun slowly and aim off camera, and there's supposed to be nothing in there. So she's not protecting herself and standing off. I'm shooting in a direction, and everybody is supposed to be to that side of the camera. There's nobody in my line.
Physically impossible with a cross draw. What he is describing is physically impossible with a cross draw. So you have various types of draws, right? You can draw from behind, you can draw from lateral, like just a standard draw. Standard draw, the reason it's the safest draw is you are literally pulling the firearm straight up. You're not sweeping anything. You're going from the ground, acquire target, and that is the entire line of sight of the barrel. The only flags that you hit along that path are ground, feet, and then the person that you're aiming at, right? Crossbody draw. You reach across your body to draw a firearm, and you have to do a sweeping motion across everyone in this line of sight. Across all of these bodies, people, open space, until you get to your acquired target. That's why it is so dangerous, because you have to sweep it across so many people before you acquire a target. And that is why it's so what he is saying is just factually inaccurate. You cannot do this thing in that fashion, the way he describes it. Let's rewind a bit.
But I draw the gun slowly and aim off camera, and there's supposed to be nothing in there. So she's not protecting herself and standing off. I'm shooting in a direction. And
why does she have to protect herself? Why is the onus being shifted? I don't like that either.
Everybody is supposed to be to that side of the camera. There's nobody in my line. Nobody.
Except the camera.
And so when I shoot the gun, so in the rehearsal, I'm assuming I have an empty gun, and the gun goes off, she's right in front of me. Mm-hmm. She's as
he also said, when I shoot the gun.
Far from me as I am from difference between maybe you and the door.
Okay. So pretty close proximity.
It was a very tight shot.
Okay.
The shot was here. Of me, not of me, it's of me pulling the gun slowly, turn cock.
Okay.
And she's right.
He fast forwarded through that whole sweeping motion really quick, didn't he? But the gun can discharge at every single angle in that.
There, vulnerable, in a position she wouldn't ordinarily be if we were shooting, and this thing, boom, she hits the ground. Screen.
So I wanted to play that because it's been a while since we've heard his recount. He's the first person. He's got that first person perspective. Everyone else is reacting on a delay. He is the person who's engaging in that proactive action. He's the one that is seeing that happen real time from the actor standpoint. So I wanted to play that because it gives context to what we're about to discuss. Hey, Rab, didn't the FBI guy say he found if you pulled the trigger but the gun wasn't cocked, if you then cocked it, it would fire? I remember someone saying it. The way this revolver works is a single action revolver. What that means is that essentially you have to prime the firing mechanism. It's one action, right? One action brings that down and hits the primer. Dual action, you pull the trigger, and the act of pulling the trigger brings the hammer back. And then on the second stage, brings it forward. So drawing it or pulling that hammer back, the hammer has various offsets or various stops. Quarter, half, full. Quarter, you get to a quarter, you release that thing, even if it doesn't catch, it's not going to fire. You release it just past the quarter, it catches on the quarter. Pull it back to the half, release it shy of the half, it's not going to fire. Pull it past the half, it catches on the half. Pull it past the half, not yet to full, it catches on the half. Pull it back to full. The only way to release it from the full is by depressing the trigger. Now, if the trigger is depressed the full time, then all of those catches miss, right? The trigger's not there to catch them. So if the trigger is depressed, as you pull that hammer back from quarter cock, half cock, full cock, if the trigger is depressed, there's nothing to catch it before it finds its way back down to the primer and discharges the firearm. So it's important to think about all that, because his testimony is that his hand was not on the trigger at all. Finally freed, Baldwin made me see red with his willingness to escape culpability and black me someone else. Yeah, he very much during this was trying to place the blame anywhere that was not him. And he did it by shock, right? I was so surprised. I was so surprised. Well, let's wait for the armor to talk about why there shouldn't be surprise there. So let me catch up a little bit on the chats. Finally freed, autocorrect and super chats is the worst. Yes, I know that people who are typing on iOS, there is a glitch in the YouTube super chat system where it's like auto-filling or auto-populating, and it comes out as gobbledygook. I understand that. I hope that YouTube knows it, and I think they do, and trying to fix it. But when you're sending super chats via iOS or on your phone, you're going to see it like populate all kinds of stuff. Take a second, like delete, fix it. Take your time. Okay. But thank you. I did see that. I saw that was being an issue all week long. I was sending super chats to Ian and they were auto-correcting. It was driving me nuts. Ms. Savvy and Cool, don't forget Alec likes his hero props. He does. Compact Roan, keep your booger hook off the bang switch until you're ready to use it. Common nomenclature in the gun community. Very accurate and very astute observation. So we're caught up. Let's go ahead and play the beginning of today's recap of yesterday. Share the screen. Where are we? Here we are. I want to share that screen. I want to do that full size. And I want to take the volume and I want to boost it so that we can hear what's going on in court. Audio is boosted. And we have Bryan Carpenter, who is armor extraordinaire. And the dude's credentials are pretty impressive. No spinning wheel. No closed captions available. Sorry, guys.
You swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead. Talk into the microphone and have a seat.
Sir, state your full name for the record, please.
Bryan W. Carpenter.
And how are you currently employed?
I work for 13 South Productions.
And is that a company that you own?
It is.
And what kind of a company is that?
It's a production company.
What do you produce?
Films and documentaries.
And in addition to being a producer, have you also had armorer experience in the film industry?
I have.
So what I'd like to do, I'm going to back up just a little bit. I want to talk about your experience with regard to firearms prior to you becoming involved in the film industry. Can you tell us if you have any law enforcement or any kind of special firearms training?
I do. I spent most of my adult life using a firearm as a tool, either as a protector or trainer, and then ultimately in the film industry as an armorer. My last official assignment that I worked on was New Orleans Police Department SWAT, Tactical Unit 3 under Jeff Wynn's command.
Right away, I liked how he approached the discussion of firearms. For the most of my adult life, I used a firearm as a tool, either as a protector, and he goes on. It's that understanding that has to be at the forefront of anyone who has ever given or handed a firearm. This is a tool that is there for a function and a purpose. And the purpose of this tool is to fire a projectile at several thousands of feet per second towards an opposing thing that you need to disable. That's the purpose of this tool. And you have to learn how to use the tool appropriately. I loved it because I'm a woodworker. So the tools I use in the shop can be deadly, and we have to respect what the tool does.
That was during Katrina and all of Rita, and then all of the cleanup and restoration efforts. Before that, I worked as a contractor, securities contractor, for almost 20 years. I've worked on operations from Haiti to et cetera, et cetera. I've trained at mobile operation and urban combat training for RCTA. I've trained at NASA.
And what's RCTA?
Regional Counter Narcotics Training Academy.
Thank you, sir.
And they have a Mount City there that's mobile operations and urban terrain. I've received my high risk environment training and implementation certification there, level 1 and 2. I've trained down at NASA at Cape Canaveral for SWAT and some machine gun and select fire training. Had some really good mentors that advised me to get as much training as they would put out there. So I was very fortunate to have their guidance and direction over a 20-year career.
Okay. And then how did you end up transitioning into the film industry?
After Katrina, we were down there working, and one of my buddies came to me and he said, would you like to go and do some bodyguard work for an actor? And I was like, no, I don't think so. So I turned him down at first, and then he kept coming back to me. I said, you told him you had somebody, didn't you? And he said, yeah, just go talk to him. So I went and had a conversation with them, and it ended up being the movie Deja Vu with Denzel Washington and his crew. And I went to work for him for a little while on that show, and got some guidance from him, and that transitioned me into film, and I took my skill set and applied it there.
And
Chris Cat Queen, I saw your comment, and I never ever want to do this. StreamYard doesn't show me the super chats that exist prior to me starting up StreamYard. So if you did send a super chat that I missed, please tag the mods. They will highlight it for me. Please do that, guys. I never intend to miss any of that stuff. I try to pull up regular chats and super chats alike. I want you guys to all know that I am watching the chat to the extent I can when I'm not doing the commentary on what's on screen. Crazy Cat Queen, sorry if I missed it. Send it, not a super chat, just tag the mods, and they'll highlight it for me, okay?
have you been employed on film sets in the role of armorer?
I have.
Approximately how many times have you worked as an armorer on a film set?
Considering individual episode, TV, and feature film, around 100 projects.
And have you been hired in some capacity by the Office of the Special Prosecutor?
Yes, I was contacted, it seems now, maybe a couple years ago, to come on as a expert witness and try to help sort out some of the intricacies of film and armor services.
Okay. I would tender Mr. Carpenter as an expert in firearms safety on film sets.
No objection, Your Honor.
Expert in firearm safety on film sets.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's
Mr.
fast forward a little
Carpenter,
bit.
in the time that you have worked on this case,
Go past the morning break. Here we go.
have you, what I've got here, hang on.
You could put the microphone closer to.
Let's see, let me see. Let me try this for y'all. And just so you know, because these are behind the scenes filming, I don't think we're really, there isn't a lot of close-up audio of when these people are kind of mulling around.
Chris Cat Queen, I promised I didn't miss it. Thank you for the super chat. Woohoo! I cut home expenses so I can buy my membership back, except I had to make a new account. So my 18 months of dedication went down to the drain. I had to start over at day 0. You're never at day 0. Crazy Cat Queen, you're amazing. You have done so much for the support of this channel. Thank you for being here. Even all the ribbing you give me around football season, I appreciate the heck out of it. Thanks for being here. I wanted to highlight that because I thought I had missed it, but I really, it was starred. Told you it was.
Let's go ahead and start over.
Already a problem. Like already. Look at the shotgun. Dang it.
And just so you know, because these are behind the scenes filming, I don't think we're really, there isn't a lot of close-up audio of when these people are kind of mulling around. Let's go ahead and start over.
Do you see how the shotgun's being handled right there? Is that the 357 or is it the shotgun? Looks like a shotgun. If that's the 357 lever action, same thing. But look at the barrel. It's a firearm. It's not a prop. It's a firearm. Like immediately, like the first clip.
Got a little fight to everyone works out.
So I'm stopping that at 21 seconds. Do you see anything concerning in this video?
And the number one thing is muzzle discipline. That performer, that stunt performer, I'm assuming that's a stunt performer right there, has got what appears to be live weapons. And he's got zero muzzle discipline. He's holding the shotgun. And if you back it up to the beginning, he points it almost directly at, I believe it's Joel Souza, right at the front, or I'm not sure who that is, but he's handling that weapon. That weapon should be turned down at the ground, muzzle pointed down when he's carrying it, and his pistol should be holstered and never brought out, which he doesn't, but he carries the shotgun muzzle up. You can back it up a little bit more. Right. Come on back a little bit. Right about all in here. I guess that's the young child actor right there. So these are just examples of muzzle discipline. You never let the muzzle of the weapon cover anything you're not willing to harm.
Yep.
That's rule number 3 of firearms handling.
How is Ms. Gutierrez supposed to be responsible for what this actor is doing with this gun?
Well, from what I can see on the from the camera angles is, I don't know if she's present here, and it appears that they have live weapons out without her presence. If she were present, I would ask that she. Well, I would think that she would tell that performer that you need to put that weapon pointed down at the ground. If she's standing there with him, correct his behavior with the weapon a bit.
Common misconception about firearms. People think like fireworks, right? People that hold fireworks or do like bottle rockets, they always do this. They hold it like up in the air, like it's above the head. It's going to be above the head, like out of the distance, right? The difference is with firearms, what goes up must come down. Okay, so 1, that's not safe. 2, an upward trajectory actually puts all of your vitals within a blast radius, like literally within the firing trajectory of these firearms. When you're aiming down at the ground, yes, you risk a ricochet, but the risk of a ricochet when you're aiming down is far less than the risk of that thing hitting you in the face. So you aim down at the ground. Always. That's how I was taught. And what the role of the armor is at this point is to jump in, interject, and say, sir, that needs to be aimed down at all times. And if you can't do that, you can't handle it. You don't get to touch the gun.
So it's her responsibility to correct his unsafe handling of that gun.
I don't object to leading again.
She's repeating his testimony, overruled.
Yes, what you would want to do is, and this is an example of a stunt performer that that I would have replaced if he could not handle the weapon properly and safely after instruction. He would have not had a live weapon.
Okay. We'll go ahead and let me see if, let me just kind of run through it real quick and see.
And it's even also more important when you've got a child actor on set or any children on set. It's very important that you, even though you wouldn't say that there are layers of safety, but as a matter of principle and just professionalism, if you've got a child on set, it becomes an exponentially more important to make sure that safety is performed.
Okay.
And it's also industry standard as well with firearms.
Just fast forwarded the video up to 53 seconds.
Other point, aiming down. If the muzzle is aimed up and you stumble and fall, you are sweeping that muzzle down across a lot of things that can hit. If the muzzle's aimed down and you trip and fall, that muzzle is just going straight into the ground. So it's another good point.
And I'm not particularly interested in that young man.
Well, there's that shotgun again.
Did you see the same stunt performer back there on that patio?
I did.
And what was he doing?
He pointed it directly at the chest of the lady or the person in the white sweater, and then turned it around and pointed it at one of the other performers.
Hey, look.
And as the camera pans around, do you ever see Ms. Gutierrez?
I did not see her in that video, no.
And you know what she looked like back in October of 2021?
I do.
Let's move to State's Exhibit 150.
Excuse me.
Oh, there. Yep, dead. Yep, dead. Cameraman, other people.
And then the brothers come out.
Oh, we're just going to go ahead and, right there. Boom.
Grab it. Put your hand, you want to even throw your hand over his mouth. You don't want the screen. Right? So we can go wider than 75, yeah.
What's your concerns, if any, about what we're seeing here?
The same about that same stunt performer is the gentleman in the hood walked by him. He had the muzzle pointed directly to the back. And keep in mind, and this is very important, that knowing what we know now, and the reason we're here in court is that there were live rounds on the set.
That should have been objected to immediately. That went beyond the call of the question. That should have been an objection right there. But this guy, I don't blame him for doing that, because he's seeing something that's like, hang on, let me explain why this is as bad as it is. And he jumps ahead of the prosecutor. The prosecutor's like, hang on. Let me get there. But this should have drawn an objection, and it would have been proper. This he's not happy with what he sees.
Of rust. So you maintain one of the first safety rules is treat all weapons as they are always loaded. And that's to mitigate any problem that might happen downstream. So you have to assume that there may have been live rounds in any of these firearms that we're watching in these videos. There were live rounds there. So imagine the concern that you would have knowing that at any point in time, any of these handguns or long guns could have a live round in it. So then it makes it a lot more concerning when that double-barrel shotgun's pointed to that man's back.
Okay.
Y'all come with us. And then
He gets shot, right? And then what do I do? They come out and grab me?
You're coming out around him. No, that's later. He sort of,
What?
got him. He sort of slices me free a little bit. You grab him. There's not a guy.
Now, is it your impression that they're filming a scene right now?
They're prepping to film. They're talking about creative decisions.
About action stuntmen, they're not filming?
They're just running past.
What your comment about on 150?
Here, this one.
They're doing a rough rehearsal here. A rough rehearsal, just going through it.
So for the purposes of the rough rehearsal, is it acceptable for the actors, the camera isn't rolling yet, should they have the live firearms at this point?
No,
if the armor is
no.
present and the weapons have been properly cleared, yes, they could have the firearms at this point.
I still disagree. That's
Easy, Hollister. We got y'all coming with us now. And now you gotta fight your way free. So let go, get loose a little bit, so throw an elbow back toward him. Ooh,
Got a little fight to him.
that is.
Come on, little piggy. You could honestly probably wrap the.
Do you still have concerns about that muzzle?
I would tighten that up a bit, just because of what they're doing here and with the young actor in it as well. But yes, and that's just my way of doing things.
Okay, and I'm gonna rewind and I want you to listen.
Come on, little piggy. You could honestly probably wrap the shotgun if you wanted.
Oh, that's Hannah.
Whose voice that is?
I do not,
That's
and I did
Hannah.
not quite hear that. I've got bad hearing. Sorry.
Okay.
Terrible hearing.
That's Hannah saying you can wrap the shotgun around.
Come on, little piggy. You could honestly probably wrap the shotgun if you wanted.
That's where we like.
Do you know who that female's voice is?
Yeah.
Okay, for the purposes of my next question, let's assume that that is the voice of Hannah Gutierrez.
Okay. And what did she say? It
You
was
can
her
probably wrap that shotgun around him.
Let me replay it for you.
Oh, let me replay it again. We're gonna replay it again.
I'll get it wrong.
No, you won't. You have it memorized.
Got a little fight to him. Come on, little piggy. You could honestly probably wrap the shotgun if you wanted.
That's where we like them.
You could honestly
Wrap the shotgun
wrap the shotgun.
for the scene, I think,
That's
is
right.
probably what they're discussing.
Right. Wrap it around him and hold him in place with it. Right.
So, assuming that's Ms. Gutierrez that we can hear, and she's present,
Right.
what should she be doing with this stuntman that we've seen with his bad muzzle display?
Take away his gun. Give him a wooden stick.
Right. She, like I say, tightening him up, pull him off, discreetly and, starting off, say, hey, look, be careful where you point the muzzle of the weapon. You're swinging it around pretty haphazardly. Hopefully it's already been checked and checked properly. Then, give him a little coaching.
I'm just fast forwarding to see if there's any other places I want to stop.
It's also of note here is if you're going to use that scene that way and you're going to handle the shotgun, then clear the crew out, get some
proper gun safety on a movie set. If the armorer, why would that be concerning?
This one.
Do you see anything problematic?
Same stunt performer. I would have taken that weapon away from him well before all of that.
Okay.
Or instructed him, and if he couldn't follow instruction, I would have taken it away from him.
Okay. States Exhibit 151.
I don't even have to prove that was a 0.
Do you see Ms. Gutierrez there?
I do.
And you've seen this video before, right?
I have.
I'm at
You can
8 seconds, just for the
hear
record.
his voice.
What is Ms. Gutierrez doing?
She's holding that double barrel shotgun pointed up at her.
I missed this part. I didn't see this during the live. Ma'am, that is your face. Like, that's your face. Like, that it is not a cane. That is not a cane. We don't lean on those things. It's not a crutch. That is your face in front of a shotgun. I completely understand a lot of people talking about how Hannah Gutierrez on this set felt like she didn't have that responsibility or that ability to cut people off and say what they could or could not be doing. This is absolutely and unequivocally unacceptable. You, I had a conversation with someone the other day about this, and they were looking at some of the footage and they said, well, it's just a prop. It's a prop. It's a prop. No, that is a working firearm. That is mechanically sound. It has the capability of propelling a projectile. And whenever anyone forgets that fact and forgets to respect that fact, they should not be handling that thing. And the one rule, it's rule number one. Every firearm is loaded. Every firearm is loaded. You treat it as if it is loaded. And the second that either you accidentally or intentionally pull that trigger and discharge that firearm, or you bump it and it happens to be capable of discharging, that has the capability of ending someone's life. And it's not, you don't even have to get to the point where you're arguing that she should take the gun away from other people with this particular clip. Because at this point in time, she personally and individually has lost respect for that very fact. And the fact that she is not handling that thing, that shotgun, as if it is capable of inflicting lethal or mortal wounds, demonstrates that, I mean, what example are you setting? Lead by example, right? Go take the gun away from somebody else. Well, the first thing is you have to demonstrate muzzle discipline yourself. You have to demonstrate the respect yourself for the firearm. And if you can't do that, at a minimum, all of the other arguments about the power, the control that other people had, those go out the window the second I see this clip.
Neck and face.
That is a shotgun.
Why would that be concerning to you?
Never let the muzzle of the weapon cover anything
Why?
you're not willing to harm. It's a fundamental safety rule. You treat all weapons as they're always loaded. Also fundamental safety rule.
How would you expect proper gun safety on a movie set if the armorer is not following basic gun safety?
That's a very good question. It would be hard to implement.
It's the question. And I get people are going to make the argument, well, they shouldn't have hired her. They knew she was that inexperienced. She took the job. How is anyone else supposed to know that what they are doing is wrong? People who have not handled firearms. These are actors. There's a really good point being made around the discussion of this case. These are people who don't understand firearms. The job of the armorer is to be there to observe and basically remind everyone. The second they treat that thing as anything other than a firearm, they no longer get to handle the firearm. Ever. And if you yourself can't respect that, what you should or should not be doing with those firearms on set, how are you supposed to expect anyone else to do the same? It starts with you. And I don't care what other people say about like, oh, there's pressure, yada, yada, they shouldn't have hired her. It starts with you. I don't care what amount of pressure existed. Nothing should ever impact how you handle the firearm that is in your fucking hands. There's no pressure that Alec Baldwin could have exerted on her to tell her that that shotgun sits on the floor with the muzzle pointed at her face. That's not Baldwin. That's not the production team. That's not anybody else that tells her how to position that firearm in that moment. That's her. I don't care how tired you are. All the examples of, well, she didn't have the power to make these decisions, or she was influenced, or there was too much pressure on her. No, that's her. That's her putting that shotgun next to her. That's right there. It's like, oh, I feel tired. I'm going to lay down right here on this mug. This is a lovely place to lay down. Lovely place to lay down. I'm going to do this right here. Seth Kenny told her she was ready, trained to get the job. Got her the job. Where do we pass off personal responsibility? When that job description gets passed to you and the job description has all of these criterion laid out, right? Where do we expect someone to read that and take that seriously? Where does personal agency kick in? Because I can tell you where it does in the criminal standpoint, because we have juveniles who are handling firearms that have no idea the actual capability they have. But given their age and maturity, they should damn well understand what they do. I'm not talking about the safety of others at this point. Right now, I'm talking about her own safety. I'm talking about how much she is exhibiting that she does not have control over this set. So personal accountability comes into play. And you can give me everything you want to about Seth Kenny, Alec Baldwin, David Halls, all of the other people. You have not gotten me past this is the description of the job. You know what this job entails. We know that because she also explained it emphatically during her interview, voluntary interview with the cops. She knew damn well what this job was. Personal accountability comes into play. That's my problem. Personal accountability when you take a job, no matter if someone pushed you into it, forced you, however you want to say it. At some point in time, you read the words on the paper and you make a decision, I'm going to do it. Or you jump into a position, you realize it's not what was on the paper, and you say, I'm going to leave. But what was explained to her on the paper was pretty clear. This is the job.
All right. State's Exhibit 152.
Oh, nope. Shot, everybody. Nope, boom. We're just going to Why is this man holding a gun ever?
Same problem with that guy in that video.
Sir, you get a stick.
I don't know where.
You get a stick. You get a stick, and you get to sit with a dunce cap on your head in a chalk circle that we draw on the edge of the lot, and that's where you get to sit until you can demonstrate that you know what you're doing. It's bullshit. It's people have been jumping down my throat all week long. You haven't seen the evidence on the other side. You haven't seen what the other side's going to do, and you're finding her guilty. You haven't seen all this other stuff. I will wait and listen to every single thing the defense counsel says, brings up, raises, cross-examines on all of the issues. I will listen to all of those things. None of them, respectfully speaking, will get me beyond that behavior. It will not do it. It cannot do it. And I am sorry if that makes me feel biased in this assessment, but firearms are too important of a thing to make excuses for. You know, we talk in the US about all the issues that we have with firearms and firearm safety and all of the above, right? One of the things that I routinely talk about is, one, you have an issue with the Second Amendment, change it. There's a process in the Constitution for doing that. Change the amendment. You can find a way to do it. People have come damn close. Hell, we outlawed alcohol in this country for a long period of time via amendment to the Constitution. 2, people want to talk about the root causes. This is one example. We have lost the respect and understanding for what these things do. I was taught firearm safety at a young age, very young age. My grandfather was in the desert, and I remember there was a 30 gauge shotgun, snake charmer, in my grandfather's house. Walked in, and having learned firearms younger than that, picked it up. First thing I did was picked it up and said, "Grandpa, what's this doing here?" And I immediately checked the chamber. The damn thing was chambered. It's ready to go, right by the front door. Well, my grandfather was of the mind, yeah, if I'm going to pull it, I'm going to shoot it. I want it to shoot. Logical. But I respected what that thing was. I knew what it was. I'm not saying that, there's a certain age where every person should understand, like learning how to cross the road, cross the street. You look both ways before you cross the street. You don't stand behind a car in a parking lot. You don't hold a firework up next to your head. You don't hold on to a firework that's lit. You don't light a firework around people that can go off on. There are any number of things that we teach children as they are developing, beginning at the what's one of the first lessons? Stove, hot. It's hot. Don't touch. Hot. Electrical outlet. No. Do not stick the butter knife in that. Bad child. Don't do that. Zap. Hot. Respect these devices, these things. And it goes from table saws to power saws to vehicles to fireworks to any number of things that we encounter on a daily basis that have the capability of ending a human life. The odds are that hopefully none of your children will ever come across a firearm and have to answer that question. Just like you never hope that any of your kids will ever, I don't know, pick an example. Have to learn how to splint a leg, how to stop a bleed, how to give CPR. You never hope that you hope that they never will come across that. But when they do, can we teach them how to do it safely? Especially when it's a fact of life that exists. There was a firearm recovered about 3 years ago down the street in a gutter. I live in a neighborhood where that doesn't happen. But I live in a neighborhood with a lot of retired military. Thankfully, the kids that found it isolated it, didn't touch it, laid it down. One of them went back to their parents. The parent came back out. Parent stayed next to it, called the cops. Cop came, grabbed the firearm, done. That little bit of education, the respect for what they just saw, the recognition of what it was. No, it's not an airsoft. No, it's not a toy. I don't know. I feel kind of preachy right now. I don't like it. Parents do the best job at parenting. Do the best thing you can for your kids. But I tell you what, you want to equip your kids with safety lessons that they can take forward with them and bring with them that will keep them safe from any number of things that they might encounter in their life. Whether they think they're going to anticipate it, whether you ever want them to, there are certain things that exist in the real world that are not nice. Words that are not nice, people that are not nice, things that are not nice, things that can cause damage. Equip your kids with a basic understanding of how to handle situations that you pray to God they never have to encounter. Teach them how to swim and not how to avoid pools and water. Donnie, good point. Aurora W. Speaking truth, the gravity of what could have happened on this set is incomprehensible. You are 1000% correct. Based on what we know from that OSHA report and from the FBI investigation and from this damn trial, this wasn't a question of whether it was going to happen. It was when it was going to happen and whether someone was standing in the way. And no one on that set seemed to have a respect for what that firearm was. And I can make a lot of comments about Hollywood actors and all the bullshit and, you know, how good for you for being an actor. Great. I don't discredit that position. But we look at movies like movies are supposed to teach us, and the people that are on the screen are these magical people that know so much because the roles that they play know these great, wonderful things because the scenes that we see them in are clipped and jump cut and all the above, and we see wonderful things that they do and lessons that they impart upon us, and we somehow attribute all the good things that we see in that film to the person who was the actor on the stage. This fucking trial is an example. It is just a laser focused lens into the fact that there are people out there that do not have an understanding of how the real world operates. The real world operates where this firearm is in the hand of somebody, and that is a firearm. That is not a prop. It is not a toy. You don't treat it like a toy. And if you do, you don't deserve to touch it. You don't deserve to look at it. You deserve to be a million miles away from it and never set foot on that set handling that gun again because you're putting other people's lives at risk. So no, I don't give a pass to anybody who is in a position to ensure the safety of that set. The actors on that set deserve to be trained and understand. So, fast forwarding, Sarah Zachry. It's the beginning of her opening, her testimony. So let's watch the beginning of this, and then we're going to jump right across. We're going to get into today's testimony because today was a cluster.
I want you to move that microphone closer to you. Okay. Thank you. Will you state your name for the record?
Sarah Zachry.
All right. Ms. Zachry, in 2021, were you doing work in the film industry?
Yes.
Are you still doing work in the film industry?
No.
Why not?
After Rust, I didn't want to work in it anymore.
Okay. Were you employed on the set of the movie Rust?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I was the prop master.
And briefly, what does a prop master do?
A prop master is responsible for sourcing and providing production with anything that an actor interacts with during the time of filming.
So when you say anything that an actor interacts with, does that include firearms?
It does.
Does it include hand sanitizer?
If the actor is touching it, then yes.
Okay. A bowl of soup?
If the actor is touching it.
Okay. Any of those things?
Any.
Tables, chairs?
That would be set deck.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Anything that they hold.
Okay. What was your experience in the film industry before you began work on the set of Rust?
I began in the art department as set deck, and then on one production, I was supposed to be in costumes, but then I became a prop master when the original prop master couldn't work on it anymore. So I had to learn on the job how to do that, and that's what what job I progressed with throughout my career in film.
What is set deck?
Set deck, it just means that you're decorating the set.
How many films did you work on in any capacity?
Possibly like 5 or 6.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who Seth Kinney is?
Seth Kinney was the vendor for the firearms and ammunition on the set of Rust.
Even from the outset, anyone else get the impression she's a little nervous? She does not want to be here. Like, she does not want to be here. Why is she here? One, she's under subpoena. Why does she really not want to be here? She has an immunity clause. Like, there's an immunity agreement that the prosecutor does not bring up. She was granted immunity from prosecution, cannot be prosecuted for so long as she agrees to cooperate and testify in this case. So she is like quadruply nervous because that immunity clause, or that immunity agreement, is conditioned on her truthful testimony and cooperation in this trial. So she is being very careful on what she is saying to make sure that it is truthful and accurate. And that makes people very uncomfortable when they're trying to remember things. She does not want to be here. And her hesitation is palpable. And I saw a question or a comment that was very interesting to me. Well, 2 of them. One, MEZ, okay, I understand better now. Please disregard the last super chat. I feel like I am so gun naive. I really appreciate all the opinions in the chat. The chat is, and I would tell you guys, please be respectful, especially of Sarah Zachry. And as we get into more controversial witnesses, please be respectful. I am telling you this, that Ms. Zachry right here is probably one of the most scared people that you'll ever see. She wants to do the right thing. She wants to testify honestly. She wants to make sure that she's not opening the door to any additional things the prosecution can bring against her, but she also wants to make sure that she's not, I don't know. It's one of the reasons why the immunity agreements are so controversial. She's in a position where she wants to please the prosecutor. She wants to make the prosecutor feel like she's doing everything she can, because that threat of prosecution is still looming around her. You can feel it in her testimony. But chat, please be respectful. Please do. This is a person who was, whether by their own conduct or by some happenstance, ends up in this situation. And same with Hannah Gutierrez. When I criticize Hannah Gutierrez, please understand that I recognize that there's a lot of that pressure in this industry. And that brings me to this next one. Baby steps. Why in the world is there no required training and certification for armorers? It is so crazy to me as an RN. For some jobs, you just have to have the recs. That's something that we learn with Sarah Zachry. She is talking about how she ends up in this position. And a lot of the things don't have a connection. Just like I ended up here, I'm not doing props. I was going to do costuming, but now I'm props. And it's, you end up in this position. But I am inclined to agree. Now, where do those certifications come from? Union labor, union jobs, state regulation. You're supposed to know the state laws where you operate. So there's laws that are on the books, which everyone is supposed to abide by in the safe handling of firearms. That's why Gutierrez is being prosecuted. The film industry is weird. When you listen to all their backgrounds, it seems like they go from position to position to position, and they get these titles that are, I don't mean to say arbitrary, but I mean, like, there's no real like connection. Like, I did this and it led directly to this because this was the task I was doing and it fed right into this position. It's like the positions are almost made up. It's not disparaging. I mean, they call this person on the set an armorer. What's an armorer? What's the job? Prop master. What's the job? How do we define it? Do we require certifications for it? Well, what are they doing? When you get into pyrotechnics and firearms handling, now we start to get to the place where I'm like, I don't like red tape, but I could use a little bit here. Like, just a bit. We can develop a class that they have to take. Hell, bring it from the insurance side. The insurance requires the armorer to be this capable. Film industry is weird. You have a lot of people that circulate the industry and move up and around positions, and it's like, how did you get here? What expertise makes you qualified to do this position? And like, I've been doing this for 30 years. Well, doing what? I was holding cameras, and I was doing props, and I was doing costumes, and I was on sets. But what made you capable of recognizing and understanding what it was to handle a live firearm? So I had some problems with that. And I have throughout this whole trial. Kim used to be so fair-minded, waiting for all the facts to come in before making a judgment. Now it seems like all you do lately is rant. If this trial makes you feel that way, and I've been very clear about that, I'm sorry. This is one trial where I don't know what the defense can say that eliminates legal culpability. In the defense's own opening statement, they admitted the culpability. The defendant's own interviews admitted the culpability. I will continue to listen to every argument being made, and a lot of them, especially focused on the pressure that she is under, I am sympathetic to. But when it comes to well, I don't know. That's fair. Maybe I can't be impartial in this trial. I'll try my best, but maybe I can't. I'll keep listening and trying to summarize both sides of the argument, but I've got opinions. And I don't like what happened on the set. And I cast that blame across a lot of people. Alec Baldwin, David Halls, Hannah Gutierrez, Sarah Zachry, Seth Kenny. There's a whole lot of people on this set that I cast a lot of blame on because this should have never happened. And to just cast it aside like an accident, or for everyone to point fingers at each other and no one to actually take accountability, that kind of bothers me. So, Kim, I appreciate the criticism, and I'm not dismissive of it. I understand that. This trial in particular is bothers me. It has since the beginning.
Did you know Mr. Kenny prior to your work on the set of Rust?
Yes, he was a vendor for a previous film that I did before Rust.
How long had you known him before Rust?
A couple of months.
And did you ever take on a small armor role?
I did. On another film, when I was the prop master, they couldn't find a armor for that set. So they just told me right away that I was going to be the armorer.
And who's they? Are you talking about production?
Production, producers.
This is what I'm talking about. Why is she being tasked with armor? Because she knows props. What experience with firearms and armor training does she have? What experience with actually training others in firearm safety does she have? And they're gonna, like, she was tasked in this other film of being an armorer. What film? What production company? I want to know. I have a problem with that. That's an industry problem. I have a problem with that.
So let me be clear. Do you own guns?
No.
Have you ever shot a gun?
No.
What kind of training, if any?
Are you kidding me? Do you own guns? No. Have you ever shot a gun? No. But she was an armorer on another job. F Hollywood. Wow. Now I really want to know the production company. Because that is a massive problem. And honestly, probably some of the best evidence for Hannah Gutierrez that you could get. That producers in the industry were hiring individuals that they knew or should have known had no experience. Wow.
Did you receive before another film made you armorer?
I was recommended on a separate film to get in touch with Seth Kenny, and he was the one who trained me to use the specific guns on that set. Thank you. As well as train me how to load and unload those weapons, how to call out different cues on set when you're working with weapons. That's about it.
Hold up. Wait a second. Hang on. You were trained by an individual how to load, unload, and handle a firearm, but you've never fired that firearm. My brain can't compute. I don't like Seth Kenny. Why is he immune? What the hell is happening? She has never fired a firearm, but was trained by this person. But never fired it. Like, doesn't know how it works, how it sounds, how it feels, how it bucks, what it does, what the projectile does, how it, jams, how to clear a jam, how to load, reload. Like, she knows how to load and reload dummies, but Seth Kenny, I don't know if that man should work again. Holy crap. Oh my God, that is so terrible. That's horrible. You're being trained as an armorer, but you've never shot a gun. How does that math work? Why'd you take how? I don't understand. I don't know what the equivalent is. Like, I was trained as a lawyer, but I don't know what the equivalent could be. I've never done the things that I've never used the object that I am tasked with managing the safe use of the object. You don't know the difference between a gun and a prop because you've never shot the gun. Why is Seth Kenny not in this? Someone explain to me how is he not involved? Like, David Halls, I get, right? David Halls took a plea, and I don't like it. It sucks. He took a 6-month plea deal of probation. Okay. I get it. People don't like it. He took a plea, but the plea itself is a recognition of culpability. It's at least something. Sarah Zachry, she had to secure an indemnity agreement based on her voluntary cooperation with the testimony and trial because of risk of prosecution. Where is Seth Kenny in this? And now in my mind, I'm going, if you're the prosecution, you better not put his ass on the stand. You better keep him far away from any capable defense attorney. Holy crap. I hadn't seen that part yet. I have to catch up on some super chats before you go to the cross. My brain has exploded. I am not thinking straight right now. Elliot, motion to request Leo to join this week's FNF. Leo can't. Leo is with Mischief this evening. Happy Annie. Thanks, Rob. You're amazing and have helped out. I'm losing my mind right now, but I'm glad it might be helping. Charlie Raven, been here a bit, loving the humor. Alonzi, trying. Holly, just changed to yoga pants and my pour one out t-shirt. Pour one out for the thirst. De facto Dawn, taught myself to crochet because of your first blanket. Done. That's awesome. I'm so glad. Keep making stuff. Book Dragon KSC. Between you, Ian, and Armor testimony, my mind is completely changed. Thanks to both of you for educating me in a subject I knew nothing about. I want you to keep that open mind, because what we just learned is that the industry itself needs to just be flipped upside down, like flipped on its head. We just learned that a armorer was hired who's never fired a firearm. Nighthawk Studios, I have a 16-year-old miniature Doberman, and his opinions have opinions. They do. Outside the Box, usually Saturday morning replay crew, but trying to hang on for a few minutes live. Glad you're here. Outside the Box, 2:30 a.m. in Ireland. Love FNF, my favorite part of a Saturday. Glad you're here. Love to be a part of your weekend. E. Warner, can you look up the Louisville, Kentucky bridge rescue? I will save it for another day, but I'll look it up and I will save it. And starred. There we go. Well, JT, I think they had to go in this order with the re-indictment because it feels like doing Hannah first will really help Alec Baldwin. I can't help think there's a conference right now at Quinn Emanuel taking notes. Thoughts? No, the Baldwin team definitely gets a preview of how the prosecution is going to handle the case. Now, keep in mind, the prosecution gets a dry run. And I don't know. I think an organized prosecution will overcome a good defense in that case, but it's an advantage to the Baldwin team for sure. Jay-Z wanted to say thank you. I noticed a creepster following me in a store and got that weird gut feeling. Would have never paid attention before you shared. Thank you. Thank you for keeping your head up. Followed your advice, got out safely. Thank you. Thank you for listening and for keeping your safety first. K-Rab, garbled chat results from the iOS issue, but iOS update doesn't fix it. It's better, but still there. It's a problem, guys. I'm sorry. If you're running into iOS issues, yeah. MEZ, this was your earlier chat that you made a commenting on. I thought Hannah was responsible, but the more the state shows she was negligent the entire time towards herself and others, I feel like you don't know what you don't know. How can we blame her while more experienced people get off? And I, in large part, kind of agree with some of that sentiment. I want a lot of responsibility here, and I want people to stop downplaying what occurred. Heather Miller, it's horrific how many warnings were ignored by everyone on set. Regardless of the firearm knowledge, everyone knows it's unsafe for a gun to be pointed at a person as carelessly as we've seen repeatedly. Indeed. Chelsea, why did the prosecution put the expert armor where they did? I'm confused about the order of the witnesses. Me too. I thought that after the interviews, it couldn't get stronger. Then the expert armor came on and it was like, oh, this is really good. And then we had Sarah Zachry, and I thought she should have been earlier because the armor, I would have like ended with that and gone maybe into Joel Souza. Thank you, Sue Diaz, for the super sticker. Katja, thank you for the gifted memberships. Nancy D, my kids all went to a gun course as my father-in-law worked in Winchester Guns and had so many guns, antique and any kind you name. Yes, gun safety, guys. Don't be afraid to teach your kids gun safety. Kisa Hart, lady, guns make me very nervous. Recent events only worsen that. I appreciate how open you and Runkle are in talking about good gun safety, etc. It gives me hope that there's a way to have more widespread responsible gun ownership. At the very least, knowledge of how to handle it when you come across it. It's one thing to say I disagree. You can disagree all you want, but at least arm yourself with the knowledge of how to handle it. That's my biggest point. Calypso and Vixen, no, you preach it. You could be saving lives of viewers who were never taught these things. You know my passion behind this. I do, Calypso. And I thank you for sharing that with me and with Ian last night. It was something you had a terrible experience as a child involving firearms. And that knowledge needs to be passed on. Mispronounced name. Would you rather Hannah as an armorer or Sarah? In my opinion, Sarah cared. She's lacked all the knowledge and experience while Hannah thought she knew it all. I don't know. I don't know that either one is better. Right now, I'm torn. I don't know that I want the person who's ever fired the gun or a gun, but was taught how to load or unload, or the person who's fired them a lot, but never taught how to do so responsibly. Why can't I have a better option? I think I should. I think the people that work on the set should too. Richard Stuplick. I took a class where he learned all the safety rules and then used the school provided youth models and did marksmanship in 1980. That is how fast things have changed. Yep, they have. Liz McFall, Rob, thank you for your absolute authenticity. Thank you. I will be authentic. You guys might disagree. I might disagree. I might recant on things. I might rethink them later, but I'm not going to be inauthentic. Parrot Court Channel, thank you for your continued work. We love you, Rob. Thank you, Parrot Court Channel. Just because I forget who said it, but it feels like the truth Sarah agreed to tell may not be the truth, but the prosecution's truth. Get to that during cross. Gotcha. Thank you. The most important thing you can teach a child is to be confident in rejecting anything that does not feel right and stand their ground, even if it means to walk away. Walk away. Yes. No, I will not be succumb to peer pressure and bullying. I will walk away. Kathy Sawyer, finally catching an FNF live. Glad to see you here, Kathy. Glad you caught it live. Just because it was probably a tiny indie. I think that's a dog. Lindsay, nobody can be neutral at all time about all topics. You haven't changed at all. Your vehemence and care for the safety of people is what drew a lot of us to your coverage, and it's also why we stay. I don't like the fact that we were being so blasé about so many lives. And I talked about this too in the Crumbly trial, and I tried to be balanced there too. I didn't like the extension of liability in that case because it felt uncomfortable. But I did explain how people can get there. I saw the connection. This one feels more egregious somehow. The victims are very different. Situation very, very different. But the responsibility seems more in your face. Crazy Cat Queen, Rob, don't forget you always have the option of not covering Rust if stressful. Plenty of people are covering. We love you either way. I have opinions on this one, and I can't really bottle them. That's my problem with it. Jen K, Seth Kenny must have had a deal because mind blown. I don't disagree. Liddy Marsh, thank you. Nick, within a win, a few hours ago, state attorney dismissed all charges against Virgilio Mendez, the young Mayan, who was subjected to an illegal Terry stop. Fascinating. Nicholas Stero Trial Watch. Go check his channel out. Great channel, a lot of coverage. I imagine he's going to break that case down. So please go check it out when you're able. Thanks, Nicholas. Glad to see you here, buddy. It's late your time. Pimp Poppy, how good is she pulling the Tekashi 6'9"? There's a lot of references. I don't get there. Narcissistic, my unicorns can beat up your unicorns. Maybe. I doubt that. Sarah Turner, breathe. Rob, I just threw something now. I can't find it. Not just film problem. It's an industry problem, in my opinion. I agree. AG just coming in, not a fan of guns personally due to trauma, but it stands to reason that an armorer should know how one works. Good gods, will be podcasting while knitting socks tonight. Enjoy the knitting, AG. Pimp Poppy, how many people do you think is going to pull the Tekashi 6'9" on the Baldwin trial this July? Oh, now I get the reference. Ratting, like snitching and turning for the prosecution. A lot of people. A lot. Some for reasons, some for other reasons. V-Rod, I'm a master carpenter, but I don't own a tape measure and have never used a saw. Torin 3, quick happy note. Pen arrived safely and I'm extremely happy with it. Thank you. Glad you got it. It was my first time doing a glue up pen. It was fun. Yellow heart and purple heart. I remember this is your favorite. Opposite of amnesia, thank you for advocating for knowledge. People often say I'm afraid to touch it, which is equally dangerous. Yes. You may find yourself in a place where you need to touch one and knowledge is key. And that comes in so many different things, whether it's a chemical, whether it's a product under the sink, whether it is a object that can do harm, whether it's a table saw that has a power switch, a power saw that has a button, anything. Arm your kids with knowledge. Nancy Robbins, even the kids, we're not allowed to point a finger gun at another person. Yeah, we weren't. Syria Black, I do think she's guilty, but she's not the only one. I agree. Nick, it's early my time, 5 a.m. I've been up for an hour. Sir, when do you sleep? AZ Jeannie, as a defense attorney, how would you defend her? The way that they're defending her. I don't think that they're doing, I mean, they're putting forward the best defense they have. I just think that a lot of decisions that were made, the voluntary interviewing being like the biggest one, and then the voluntary surrender of the phone being the second biggest one, those are the big things that I think they dropped the ball on. Like big time. Galix 5, so where are my glasses? I don't know, on my head. I don't know. So let's fast forward to day 7. So Sarah Zachry finishes, and we then get her finishes direct on day 6. Now we're caught up to day 7. So here we are, day 7. Let's get our audio pulled up to where we want it. And let's, don't do the freezy thing. Let's play. Tell me we have audio. Come on. Give me audio.
And those,
Here we go.
you
Cross.
All right, good morning, jurors. You may be seated. Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor.
One side note. 2 days ago, the lawyers were behaving like children. We have seen this take place in various trials. Lawyers behaving like children. There should be a series of this. I think we should. RA, recovery addict, I see in the chat. Can you make a stitch of lawyers behaving like children? Like, I want to see that, where they lose all decorum and they start yelling at each other like little infants, and the judge is going, stop. Well, 2 days ago, the judge basically had it. The lawyers had gone back and forth, arguing for the jury, being really immature, literally forgot that they were lawyers. They became toddlers that had not eaten or slept in like a week. I think this needs to be made because I think we've seen it happen in so many trials. But the judge yesterday came in and at the outset of the proceedings said, no, you're no longer going to argue objections at all. You're going to raise your hand like a child. You're going to raise your hand, and I'm going to call on you. And when I call on you, you come here. Like, you come here. Both of you, both kids. No, not just one. Both of you come up here. I'm going to hear your objection up here outside the presence of the jury, and we're going to behave like adults. And I'm going to rule on it, and you're going to go back, and you're going to behave like adults again. It's like a timeout. It's kind of funny. But so when you hear a approach, that's because one of the attorneys has raised their hands. And I imagine that you've got the attorneys in the back. They're quite literally like the kids in school. They're like, hi, judge, please, objection. I have objection. Objection. Book Dragon, did you just gentle parent the lawyers? Yeah. Like, yeah. So that's, yeah.
Good morning, Ms. Zachry.
Good morning.
Ms. Zachry, in this case, you agreed to cooperate with the state. Is that true?
Yes.
And you agreed to come in and testify against Ms. Gutierrez-Reed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as part of that, you entered into a cooperation agreement with the state. Is that right?
Yes.
Today is a day of a lot of self-owns. Self-own number one for today is the prosecution not telling the jury that this very nervous person in front of them, one of the reasons they might be so nervous is they had a cooperation agreement. That jury is probably sitting there going, why is she so nervous? Why is she so scared? Why? Because we all felt it. But no, we're gonna let that testimony go forward, scared shitless. And the first point the defense makes, Bowles woke up and decided he wanted to be an attorney. Bowles like, I'm gonna be an attorney today. And he was an attorney.
And that cooperation agreement indicates that if you agree to testify and you have to provide truthful testimony, that you will not be prosecuted for any crime. Is that right?
Yes.
So as part of your being here, you have a complete immunity from being prosecuted, correct?
I guess.
Well,
Can you speak up, please?
Yes. Sorry. I'm...
Feel for this lady. I feel for her. Like I do and I don't. I get that there's culpability and responsibility, but the prosecution hung her out to dry. Prosecution's like, oh nope, here you go. You swim. You swim with the fishes now. Oh my God. Like cut her loose, like just here. You know, we're not going to prep you. We're not going to tell the jury anything. We're going to let you fend for yourself in front of the defense attorney. Bad move, dude. Just bad move. And by dude, I mean Carrie Morrissey. Like, what a ugh. 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 Like, it just feels yuck. You put her up there under threat that if she didn't testify like completely in your favor, that you were going to prosecute her. And you didn't have the courtesy of telling the jury that. And the first thing that you do is throw her to the shark. The defense attorney is like, by the way, you had this agreement the whole time. She has no idea how to handle this. Blech. Yeah. Just feels. Yucky. Yucky. Just all of it.
It's okay. Is that better? Hey, is that your understanding of the document that you have that you're not going to be prosecuted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you testified yesterday that you had, as far as the props roles, you were Hannah's boss in that role. Is that right?
I wouldn't say boss, I guess a supervisor. What I said goes with props.
And Hannah was a props assistant, correct?
Part-time.
Okay. And she was also a part-time armor?
Full-time.
Your understanding she was part-time props and full-time armor?
Armor was her main duty, yes.
Okay, but she was also doing props as well, correct?
When there was no firing of any guns, yes.
Well, didn't you ask her on several occasions, for example, to do things like rolling cowboy cigarettes?
That was one day.
Well, you asked her to prop up other characters at times, right?
The only props that other characters had were the guns.
They didn't have their belts?
Well, yeah, they had belts.
And they didn't have, for example, glasses or other items that they needed to have on them?
What type of glasses are you talking about?
Anything you'd have in a Western movie, hats, Glasses, they didn't have other props?
Those are wardrobe.
Okay. What other props were there with regard to these actors besides firearms?
There were very miscellaneous things depending on the scene. There was a day where we were in a saloon. There were whiskey glasses. There were rolled cigarettes. There were poker sets, those kind of things.
And those props had to be provided to those actors, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also testified that you had some armor duties, correct?
Correct.
And so you were in that role assisting Miss Gutierrez-Reed, right?
Correct.
And as part of that, you loaded and unloaded guns on the set?
Correct.
Now, you were trained, I think you said, by Seth Kenny on a prior film?
Yes.
How much training did you receive from Seth Kenny?
I had maybe 10 days to prep for that set. So within that amount of time, when I would meet him, he would show me how to work with the guns and ammo.
So did you feel proficient, very good in working with guns and ammo?
In what I was using, yes.
Were you, I think you've said in the past, and you can tell me if you disagree, that you were not able to tell a dummy round from a live round?
I don't recall saying that.
Now, yesterday,
she's never fired a gun. She's never fired a gun. I'm sorry, but if a firearms instructor comes up to me and is trying to teach me how to properly load and unload my handgun, how upset am I going to be when their experience is, well, I learned it on YouTube or I learned it from somebody else. And I ask them, have you ever had a jam like this? How do I clear this jam? Well, the manual says this. Have you ever done this? No. What? I am by no means a firearm expert. By no means. I have enough training in firearms to not get myself hurt using any number of platforms. But I have enough safety training to know what is safe and not safe. That's like me going to Ian and looking at Ian and said, but I read it in the manual. No.
you testified that you weren't familiar with the single action revolver. Is that right?
I didn't say, or are you talking about when I entered or started Rust?
Yes.
Yes.
And so as we sit here today, do you know the difference between a single action and a double action?
Yes, now I do.
Okay, and what is that difference?
Well, what we were using on Rust, between the two, it involves how you load them and unload them, from my understanding.
The difference in functional characteristics between a single action and a double action?
So with the single action revolver, I believe that's what we were working on with Rust. That was with cocking the hammer back and the trigger at the same time to load and unload the cylinder.
No. All the no. Cocking the hammer back with the trigger at the same time to load and unload the cylinder. Do you know what that would do if she let the hammer slip? I'll give you a hint. It's called fanning. Oh no, she said that. We're gonna rewind it.
Whereas the trigger with
Between a single action and a double action.
It is.
So with the single action revolver, I believe that's what we were working on with Rust. That was with cocking the hammer back and the trigger at the same time to load and unload the cylinder, whereas with a double action.
Mm-hmm. For those of you who are not aware, we talked about how there are notches on the hammer that the trigger catches. Quarter cock, half cock, full cock. And the only way that those notches don't engage is if the trigger is pulled. So the single action, which she believes that they were working with Rust at, was the one where they had to pull the trigger and the hammer at the same time to load the gun. Reminding you when the trigger is depressed, there is no catch. Like there's no catch. Like the hammer firing pin hits the primer because there's nothing to catch it. And presumably, one would pray that when she is loading this firearm, she is pointing it down. Because if you're going to do something this terribly dangerous, I hope that you at very least remember that the firearm is pointed to the dirt. Because you're guaranteeing a discharge. Like there ain't no way you're going to load 6 rounds times how many times you're reloading in that fashion without a slip. Ain't gonna happen. But that's, oh baby. Guys, did Ian lose his mind when he heard this? I haven't seen his reaction. Did he lose his shit when that testimony came in?
That the cylinder flips out.
The cylinder flips out.
Sorry, the cylinder comes out on the side to load the revolver.
That is also not the case. That is
Before
also, oh
Rust,
my
did you work
God.
with a single action type revolver?
No.
Wait, nope,
So-
nope. She just defined a double action as a cylinder that, oh, nope. That is not what that is. That is not the mechanics. That is, we are now so far off of any, I do not understand how, no, she literally thinks the single action is that, like, she, oh no. A single action, as I described before, is when literally the trigger does a single thing. The trigger releases the hammer. The hammer is pulled manually, and the trigger only performs one mechanical action. One mechanical action is required to discharge the firearm. One mechanical action: trigger, pull, hammer, hit. A double action is where the trigger does 2 things. Pull the trigger, and half of the trigger pulls the hammer back, and the other half of the trigger brings the hammer forward. That is the difference between a single action and a double action. It is not that on the single action, the cylinder does not pop out. It's not what that is. I don't
So
like
on the
this.
prior set with Mr. Kinney, he had just shown you a double action?
Yes.
Okay. So with yourself and Mrs. Gutierrez-Reed, you also had Nicole Montoya helping, is that right?
Correct.
And Nicole Montoya was also a props assistant, is that right?
Yes.
Now, I think you said yesterday that you knew that there was going to be an armor and an armor's assistant. Did you say that?
I knew that Hannah was going to act as both.
Okay. Was it your understanding that on this film that there was supposed to be an armor and an armor's assistant at first?
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to your armor duties, we know that you loaded and unloaded weapons. Did you also?
Why? Why did she have any armor duties? That's it. The whole production team, the whole fucking production team. Every one of them, all those civil lawsuits, every single civil lawsuit, judgment, all the judgments, all the civil liability. Why was she handling firearms at all? Why was she touching any of it? Why was she loading or unloading? Why was she anywhere close to these things? Why, in sweet God's name, why was she anywhere near these objects? I will not breathe. I will lose my mind.
Take those at times to the actors.
Yes.
And I think we saw a video yesterday where, and see if you remember the scene, Mr. Baldwin is coming out of a little structure. He's shooting towards the cameras up with the blank round. He runs up the hill with the child actor, and then he gets, and somebody yells cut, and he still shoots, and then he cusses.
Yeah.
Do you remember that scene?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And it appeared, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you were on that video running towards Mr. Baldwin after he shot. Is that what happened?
I'd have to see the video.
Okay. I bet you don't recollect it right now as we sit here.
Not at the moment.
Okay. On how many occasions did you yourself take firearms to actors?
None.
Whenever
say none.
Hannah needed it.
Okay.
Please say
But
none.
she needed
That's not
assistance?
none.
Yes.
Okay.
That's not none.
You were working under Seth Kinney's license, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's with PDQ Props?
Correct.
And as part of that, are you on his paperwork?
Why does he still have a license? Why? Why does he still have a what? I'm a managing attorney, which means that I have associates that work under me. And when whoa, and paralegals and staff, and when I file something that is filed under my license, that is does he still have a license? Does he? This is bad. This is real bad. Like that is if that is true, that she was operating under his license, everybody, all of them, the whole chain, every all of them. Seth Kenny should never work a day in this business again.
As being an employee?
I believe so.
And so you weren't actually working physically at his business, but you were on the paperwork, you were working with PDQ Props. Is that fair to say?
Oh, that's
Yes.
even better.
Now, yesterday you indicated that first you said that you had thrown away the revolvers, but that was just you just got ahead of yourself. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. In reality, what you did is you threw away rounds from 2 revolvers. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was right. That was after the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Now, after the shooting, do you recall how many minutes went by, just roughly, before you threw away those rounds?
I don't recall.
In that time frame, you also had a conversation with Seth Kenny, correct?
Yes.
And on that conversation, you had texted him previously before that and said emergency?
After the incident, yes.
And then you all talked.
I agree,
and
Lady
do you
Drake.
recall him giving you any instruction or
Everybody.
advice as to what you were calling about?
Everybody on the set
Don't
get
tell what he
chargey.
said, but do you recall him giving you any information?
No.
Okay. So do you recall any?
She's well coached. She's really well coached. She's answering the call of the question with as few words as possible. What I tell witnesses when they're being cross-examined, answer the question itself and only the question itself, using as few words as you can to answer that question. Don't elaborate. Don't enunciate. Just answer the question. As few words as possible. I can get up and rehab you if I need to, but I can't rehab you when you go off the rails. And she's sticking to that. She also looks like she is literally facing down a train and is scared shitless of everything. All of it. This is
anything from that phone call? Again, not telling us what Mr. Kenny said, but you recall anything from that phone call?
Yes.
What do you recall?
Just him mortified.
Okay. And don't talk about his words again, but just so your impression was he was mortified.
Yes.
Okay. How long did that phone call last?
As I said yesterday, possibly 30 seconds, a minute.
By the way, this is phenomenal cross. Phenomenal cross-examination. You know why? He's not attacking her. He knows that she is testifying very hesitantly, and he's not pushing her. He's not attacking. He's not getting aggressive because it's going to shut her down. He is making every question feel like an ask. It's like, I'm okay. It's almost reassuring. Like, it's okay. You're here with me. You remember this. You remember this. You remember this. And it's this very chill cross-examination. Like, this style does really well with this witness. What the witness says is terrible, but he does a great job of making her feel comfortable saying it, which is a lot.
So then in that time frame, you then throw rounds away from the 2 revolvers that you had previously loaded, right?
I believe so, yes.
So the 2 revolvers that you loaded, again, were the Jensen Ackles revolver, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then this Sven.
Swen.
Swen. How do you say his name?
Swen.
Okay, Swen. So those 2 revolvers, you threw the rounds away from.
Yes.
And you threw them in a trash can.
Correct.
Now,
not the appropriate way of disposing rounds. Just saying. There's a propellant. That is not okay.
You didn't tell anybody at the scene that you had thrown those away, right?
I didn't tell anyone, but it was in a public place. If someone saw me, then yeah.
Well, you didn't want to let anybody know that, did you?
They weren't the rounds in question, so I didn't think it mattered.
Oh my God. For those of you just joining from Ian Runkle's channel, where I am sure his brain melted, my brain is still mid-melt at the beginning of today's testimony because I was doing a brief recap of things that we had discussed before. And we are just now learning that apparently a single action firearm is one where you have to hold the trigger and the hammer back to load the gun. And a double action firearm is one where the cylinder pops out. Like that's the distinguishing factors. We're learning these things from someone who was a armorer on another set. If your brain is not yet exploded, mine already has. Welcome. It's Friday Night Frenzy. We're here. We're recapping some of the Rust stuff. I recapped a little bit of yesterday and I'm into today. I'm going to kind of fly through today. I really only want to cover one or two parts of today because honestly, a lot of today was impactful, but not a whole lot of lawyerly stuff until we get to the very end. So glad to have you here. Glad you're on board. Hope you enjoyed watching Ian's recap. I'm glad you've been supporting that channel. Thank you guys for doing that. It really is amazing. The man contributes so much to FNF on a weekly basis that I do want to shout it out every single time I can and thank him for doing what he does and make sure that you guys go and watch his recaps. He put a lot of time into it. And when you do, make sure to both subscribe, like, and if you can, do two other things. One, keep him on track and keep him focused. That's my job on FNF. That's your job when you're the chat on his channel. Two, Ian's entire purpose to his channel is to make sure that he can fund a pro bono legal practice, meaning that he does not have to charge clients a single dollar for taking his cases or their cases. And he wants the channel to be able to fund that practice. So any contribution you can make to the channel does a great, great deal towards his goal, which is a remarkably admirable goal. So please do that. Show your support. Thank you for doing so. Thank you for jumping over here and hanging out with me. We are going to continue to let our brain melt for at least another minute of this testimony before we jump forward to, I think, what people call was Baby Rob. So, yeah.
And I had honestly forgotten.
Well, you knew that somebody had been shot, at least one person had been.
Focus, Rob. What's your name? Yes, my name is Rob. And yes, I'm a lawyer. I am a civil attorney. I practice domestic relations litigation, and I'm a trial attorney in Virginia. I have been for more than 13 years. And I run a channel where I talk about cases and trial work because I like trials and talking about trials. So that's me. Then, oh, look, a Canadian has arrived.
Raid. Runkle raid.
Ian, did you know that a single action meant that you had to hold the hammer and the trigger at the same time to load it?
I have a whole little explainer video about how stupid that is.
You don't. My brain exploded already. I don't want to do it again. That hurt a lot.
Did you watch my explainer video?
I didn't.
You want me to show it?
You can. Do you have it?
I have it. I just got to pull it up here. Here we go. I wanted to show you what's wrong with this, and YouTube won't let me do a live demo with guns, so this I have to pre-record. So this is the same make and model of revolver that we're talking about here. And so you can see we're just going to check once again. This is unloaded.
Hold up. You have a Colt 45?
Single action army? Yeah. 45 long Colt. Yeah. I bought it because of this. I looked up what kind of gun it was, and I bought the same gun. It's a Pieta.
I hate you.
We're going to check that again. So
I mean,
half cock. It's a business expense. And I'll just let you guys see. Anytime you could. So what's that? What she said, and I'm just going to lower the hammer again. Yeah. Here. What she said is that you have to pull the trigger and the hammer back at the same time to half cock it, which is this is why I checked that it was unloaded first. Works. If you want to put it into half cock, you just pull the hammer only, just the hammer. That's all you do. Let's watch that again. So hammer, that's it. Yeah, that puts it into half cock, and now we can open the loading gate. Are you going to
do the other thing again?
So that's not how that works. Now, if we do this the way she said. Pull hammer.
Oh, here we go.
This back the same distance.
Oh,
that's a bang, folks. Hammer. The reason why she has a negligent discharge when she's doing this is that she's actually doing it in the way you would do it if you intentionally wanted to have a negligent discharge. Now, I don't know if that's Sarah didn't learn or if Hannah taught her wrong, but that's dead wrong. And I mean that quite literally. That is something that could kill people. Okay, back to non-pre-recorded Runkle.
Thank you for doing that, by the way, because I was trying to explain it, and my mind went to, my God, I hope she had muzzle discipline at least. Like it, I hope to God that that thing was pointed down while she was doing that.
It was apparently right next to her feet, so it was pointed down. But the thing is if you had, if you had done that pointed at, like if she'd actually had it like resting on a foot,
yep.
She could have blown a hole in her foot. If she'd had that pointed at the back of someone's head, she could have popped a hole right, through their skull. Crazy Cat Queen, they won't demonetize this because it's a pre-recorded video. They won't let me handle a gun on live, but they don't mind playing a pre-recorded thing. That's actually why I put the overlay to show that it was pre-recorded, because yeah.
Yeah, so that's an example of why that testimony sucked.
Oh, I mean, the thing is everybody gets up, with the exception of the armorer, and the gun expert, Mr. Haig. Everybody gets up and talks about guns, and they get things wrong, right? Like blatantly wrong.
Oh, Haig and armorer are my favorites.
Haig, the armorer.
Now,
there's a couple others. Yeah.
I have a surprise for you towards the end.
Oh, God.
I clipped some of Baldwin's interview, and I felt it would be appropriate to listen to that clip.
You want to see my reactions to Baldwin?
Some of the testimony from, because we've heard the other players, right?
Yeah.
We've heard the other players, and now it's an appropriate time to view his interview in context.
And I've said that it's very unlikely, in my view, that Baldwin would have been charged at all if he hadn't made the stupid statements. What he could have done instead was make a statement through his lawyer, because his lawyer's statement isn't going to be admissible against him. So he makes a statement through his lawyer, and that statement is something like, we've settled with the estate of Helena Hutchins, because he did. We settled not because we intend to admit liability, but because Baldwin has concern for, her family, for her kids, wanted to make sure they would be okay. And so Baldwin it makes this payment because out of concern and consideration rather than out of any admission of liability.
You know what? Those would be great things, but he didn't do that. And then you just say, Mr. Baldwin reemphasizes that at all times he followed the directions of the armorer, who he trusted to maintain set safety, and those are his comments. He has no further comments. If that had come out through the, if that's how they'd done it, and through his lawyer, so none of that can be used against him in cross-examination, because it's like, I don't know, my lawyer said some shit. That's on him. Mm-hmm.
I don't think he'd be in jail.
I can't wait. This is gonna be fun.
I think he'd have an immunity deal to be testifying in this trial.
Now, okay, so we are on Sarah Zachry, and we're on the cross of Sarah Zachry, and I was making the comment before you joined that Bowles, while I have been remarkably critical of him in some of the things he's done, with this particular witness who is quite literally looking like she is facing a train coming directly at her, could not be more nervous. Bowles handles her perfectly.
Cross?
Yes.
This cross is fantastic.
Yeah.
This cross is really good. There was another one that he had today that I thought he did really well on. But some of the crosses today,
they were.
Are we going to get to the medic?
The EMT, we're getting there. That wasn't Bowles, but I did just want to highlight
It wasn't Bowles,
him.
but it was fuck awful.
I wanted to highlight him where he does well, and I also want to highlight Morrissey where she comes and tries to wreck him. So this is Bull's doing great.
Been shot, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
You knew that 911 had been called, is that right?
I didn't hear anybody call 911, but I had assumed.
And you would have assumed that the police would have to respond to a shooting, correct?
There is one big mistake he makes during this.
And so as part of that,
And
wouldn't you think that the police would want to see everything on set?
Yes.
So when you throw away rounds that they may have wanted to see, don't you understand that to be an issue?
No, because again, it wasn't the rounds in question.
But that isn't your determination, right, to determine what's in question. That is the law enforcement's determination, correct?
That's a good question.
It is. It's an excellent question.
Sure.
So law enforcement's going to come and you understand they're going to investigate what happened. And the rounds that you're throwing away could be possible evidence that would assist them. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
And so when you made that decision, was that in fact Mr. Kenny directing you to do something?
No.
You threw away those rounds and the 2 revolvers that you loaded. Was it your intention to get rid of the evidence that you had done? In other words, the 2 you had loaded?
No.
Now, you also,
Is that the mistake you were pointing to?
Nope. That is a mistake because he doesn't follow up on it. The mistake I was pointing to is there's a couple of things he does that I really didn't like in this. One is everyone wanted to fire Hannah, right?
Yeah.
That was a mistake. And at the end of his cross is absolutely perplexing. Didn't you say, I hope she's put in jail? This is outrageous.
Hang on. 109. Hang on. That's 109. It's 109 right about here.
anything
About
anything? Not talk about anything?
with just anyone?
Yes.
That wasn't my impression.
Okay. Do you remember a point in time when you were texting with Mr. Kenny and you had indicated that you were talking to Alec Baldwin and then he responds with an emoji?
I don't recall.
Oh, wait, that's the emoji one. Hang on.
You don't recall ever getting an emoji with the hand over the mouth?
No.
Do you know what that means, that emoji? That I'm talking about? One where it's just kind of going like that?
No. I mean...
Does it not mean to keep your mouth closed?
It's not what I see that as.
Okay. So in your testimony, you don't believe
Okay, that was
Mr.
evasive
Kenny
as heck.
ever told you not to talk to people about what had happened. That's your testimony.
I don't recall.
Okay.
It must have been just part of that. It must have been like 108.
No, it's the end. It's the last thing. It's his mic drop.
No, that was the last thing he said. Oh, did he come back?
He comes back.
All right, I have nothing further.
Redirect, thank you.
Okay. That's your testimony.
I don't recall.
Okay.
Well, I thought, where is it?
I thought it was, but I think it's 108.
Redirect.
I think it's
Might
about
be
here.
108.
I think it's before he goes to it's his last one before he goes to his client for other questions.
Chance
Like,
to read
what
it. Does that remind you whether he said that?
Yes.
Oh wait, here, yeah, it's this.
Now that you've had a chance to read it, does that remind you whether he said that?
Yes.
So you agree that you said, I hope she's put in jail. This is outrageous.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing for.
It was that one. It was I have nothing further. He goes back to his client, gets more questions, but it was that one. That was his mic drop, which is
not a mic drop.
That's stupid.
Like,
why is that the last point?
It's your mic drop is she needs to be in jail because her behavior is outrageous. Like,
it was terrible. And Morrissey, you know what?
It's such a stupid mic drop. But the other one is everyone wanted to fire Hannah. I'm like, I don't think this is the dunk you think it is, sir. And it opens up Morrissey to serve on him, right? To just and serve on him.
Morrissey, here's the thing. Morrissey is one of those attorneys that you do not take lightly, because if you open a door, she's like the Kool-Aid man that comes in like, oh yeah, like there is nothing subtle about any of her tactics. She comes in and just goes football, Gronk spike football, like it is. She doesn't know subtle.
She comes in like a wrecking ball.
And she does. So you cannot.
It's a good thing my singing is awful, or you'd get a copyright strike.
You have to throw her off. The second she starts asking these questions, you have to throw her off immediately. You have to get aggressive. And Morrissey has Bowles' number.
Oh, she's got him pegged.
She has him pegged. Like he cannot. He doesn't know how to litigate against her.
Some questions about it.
And she's good at theater too. She's the theatrical, like she embraces it.
Yeah.
But Bowles did a good cross, but just he left too many things open.
Are you required to give truthful testimony?
Yes.
What happens to your agreement with me if you don't give truthful testimony?
Oh, this was a bad.
I'm not bound by that.
What's the objection?
Or that cooperation agreement. Anyway.
Right.
It's the next one.
If you don't give truthful testimony, I can prosecute you if I want to.
It's that. It's not that one. It's the next one.
Why would you object to this? I'm not objecting to this if I'm defense.
I wouldn't, but she goes on and on and on.
Oh no, after this she wraps it, I think. I think that was the second one.
Correct.
Yeah, she moves on. I wouldn't object to that. I can prosecute you if I want to.
About
good comment, Morgan.
Whether or not you wanted
Hulk Smash
to
School of Legal Practice.
Fire Ms. Gutierrez. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Pause.
Hang on. What?
The whole thing about I could prosecute you if I want to?
Yes, and I know.
If I'm defense, I'm riding that particular horse because I'm saying, oh, of course the prosecution doesn't want to. She's lying to help convict Hannah. So she's got nothing to worry about because the prosecution... And it's like, you don't open that door with, because I want to.
So to Eric's point, I want to raise a question to you because I think I would have strategized that cross a little differently. I would have gone in with all of the substantive questions, right? Go in there substantively and have her explain things as if she knows what she's talking about. Like really go into all of it. Talk about the throwing out the dummies, all of the above. And I would have ended with her understanding of what a single action is. Like I would have ended with that.
The problem is
all of the testimony you just gave, and I would have ended with that little tidbit where that's the last thing that they remember.
The thing is her not knowing that, he doesn't have a way to hammer her on that, right? So, yeah.
You can find a way. But yeah, Eric.
He needs an expert to do it, right? He needs an expert to bring it home.
He's already had it. The experts,
well,
it's been testified to how many times? Like they know.
Yeah, it's not that strong. We know she's clueless. And James, I understand the whole thing about like a movie set doesn't give you immunity from the law. The thing is the jury will not convict I just don't see how they'd get there.
They're not convicting her. They won't.
The jury would not convict Baldwin with if he hadn't made statements.
Yeah, well, so let's go to Morrissey because I want to get to where she turns it on, and goes nuts. Like she goes.
Oh, and this was entirely invited by the
In
defense's
terms of
unforced error. Back up a little bit because I made you
your
pause it as
role
dumb
as
twice.
boss
We're
of
fine,
Ms. Gutierrez, you were only her boss with regard to
Oh, yeah,
her
we're fine.
work with props. Is that right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the answer.
Children.
Oh, they're on short leashes today. They're reined in.
I love this. I was telling the chat earlier, like the judge has now said, we are now grade school. You will raise your hand, and if you have a really big objection, you have to raise your hand like this. Like you have to like go, Judge, let me object. It is that's how bad they were though.
Oh, they were
Were you in charge of
absolute.
props?
Yes.
Explain to the jury what your role was with regard to supervising Ms. Gutierrez in her capacity as prop assistant versus armorer.
When it came to
What's the next question, isn't it?
being a props assistant,
Yeah.
that's where
It's
I
right up here.
would ask her to help me with those miscellaneous props that I had mentioned earlier. But armor is in a different department from my understanding, and so she was in charge of that. So what she said goes for the weapons, not props.
Does the armorer have autonomy when it comes to weapons?
Or it's coming anyway.
Yes.
She's leading up to it. You can see her amping up.
During the time that you worked with Ms. Gutierrez, did you find her to be easy to work
Here
with?
it comes.
Oh, here we go.
During the time that you worked with Ms. Gutierrez as her supervisor in props,
Oh,
did
here
she
you go.
call you a cunt?
Oh, there it is.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Was it around that time that you decided you might want to fire her?
No, it was just overall.
I like that isn't
my
even why I
God.
wanted to fire her. That isn't even why I wanted to fire her. It was just
you can feel it in the courtroom. And the thing is, I'm sitting here listening to this and going, where are you going with this? Because there's a lot of softballs. It's like where are you trying to reposition your questions?
oh, you see where she's getting to in a real hurry.
And you're like, wait, where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? And then she drops that. I was like, holy shit.
And the thing is,
Wow.
defense had to know that was there, right? Defense had to know it. And once defense knows this, right? Why the fuck? Like, why the absolute fuck
Oh my God.
would you say, like, let's get into you wanted to fire her?
Yep.
Because even if prosecution doesn't serve
let's get into your personal dynamic where you have communications between, oh my God.
Yeah, it's like, why would she want to fire her? Oh, right. Is it because she's calling her the C word? And because, this was I would not have touched and you know what? I wouldn't have touched you wanted to fire her.
And you know what? Good on Morrissey, though. Morrissey did not hesitate. She enunciated every syllable of that fucking word.
You got to get good at that.
She knew. And if you have any doubt in your mind as to whether she knew what she was doing, just go back and watch the 3 questions leading up to it. Boom, subtle. You know what? Let's do it now. You tell
also
me,
watch her facial expression as she winds up to it. She knows she's like, here it comes, MF.
This is the wind up.
We're past 2 hours.
It's one of those things where when I talk about lawyers in theater, and you can see it, and I guarantee you defense counsel saw it, because every lawyer that was watching this was going,
I'm going to pull up a question here as well.
We're going, where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going?
Could a male prosecutor do it? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, I would in her shoes.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what? It might even hit harder with a male prosecutor, because the jury doesn't like this moment. And they don't like Hannah, right?
Nope.
But they'll hate it even more if they have to hear it coming from my mouth than if they have to hear it coming from hers. So,
and it is the unvarnished, not like see you next Tuesday, not the other stuff. it's the way that she says it, and I want you guys.
She drops it like a hammer.
But I've talked to you guys about theater in the courtroom, and the second she starts reorienting her questions, I'm going, in my head, I have red flags flying up. I'm going, where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? And you can feel her getting to an area where it's like, oh, this is bad. If
I'm defense counsel, even if I didn't, like, if for some reason I'd never read any of the disclosure material, I don't know what's coming, you can feel that buildup, and it's like watching the biggest guy in the room just, like, crank his fist back. You know, it's like, ooh, here it comes.
Yeah, and I want you, and for the chat, we're going to rewatch the lead up to this, and I want you guys to start, I want you to think, if you're sitting in that chair as defense, when is that red flag? When's that red alarm going off in your head? Like, when are you starting to go, oh shit?
And I'm sitting there, I could tell you, I'm sitting there thinking, do I have an objection? Please tell me I have an objection. Oh God, let me have an objection. There's no objection. There's no way to stop it.
It starts to a question before this.
Autonomy.
Ask her to help me with
there you go.
Those miscellaneous props that I had mentioned earlier. But armor is in a different department from my understanding. And so she was in charge of that. So what she said goes for the weapons, not props.
Does the
double check the notes and the lean forward. That's my first indication we're in trouble.
Armor have autonomy when it comes to weapons?
Yes.
Except she hasn't shifted gears yet.
Wait.
Now you hear the pause.
During the time that you worked with Ms. Gutierrez, did you find her to be easy to work with?
There you go.
Yeah.
During the time that you worked
it's that
with Ms.
look.
Gutierrez as her supervisor in props, did she call you a cunt?
Yep.
Yes.
Also, go back. You could see
Was it around that time that you
Cleopatra.
decided to fire her?
You can see Cleopatra. She's looking down. Looking down. So, and then she just snaps up.
This is the theater.
Ms. Gutierrez, did you find her to be easy to work with?
No.
So watch Cleopatra in the back.
During the time that you worked with Ms. Gutierrez as her supervisor in props, did she call you a cunt?
Yes.
You see the eyes snap up. She's like,
was it
I'm
around
interested.
that time that you
I guarantee
you
the
might
jury's
wanna
doing the
fire
same
her?
thing.
No, it was just overall. But
What else about working with Ms. Gutierrez was difficult other than her referring to you as a cunt?
mainly, I just felt like her work ethic wasn't the great.
You know what, Morrissey? I don't like you a lot. I really don't like the shady shit. But
she drops the hammer.
I have to say, when you have the advantage, you press it. Like
she drops the hammer.
Look, do not give this woman an inch. That's the thing. Like, litigating against her, she's gonna pull all stops.
The fun thing is that you have to get good at dropping those hard words seamlessly.
Yep.
And I have a story of being new and not wanting to do that. And so the guy I was cross-examining had called my client the hard R N-word.
Oh,
my client being a black guy.
That's a thing.
So, and this guy was being a weasel because I asked him, like, and did you call my client the N-word? And he said, no. And I was like, what? Because, like, I knew he did, right? So I was like, what? And so finally I was like, what did you say? And he said, well, I called him and he said the word. And I was like, oh, that's so much better. Because if you can, you want to put that language into their own things. And so when we see Hannah get up to testify, if she gets up to testify, then I expect that if this moment comes up at all, you will see Morrissey try to find a way to put that word
Oh yeah.
Into Hannah's mouth. Can you tell the jury what you called her? Turn if you could. Face the jury. Let them know.
Here we have one of our most charismatic witnesses of the entire trial, Joel Souza.
I got in some trouble for this.
What?
I do criminal defense. His style puts me off. And the reason why is because he's got a very kind of sales style to him. He's
good though. He's
every time
he's a talker.
Every time I encounter this sales style person, I'm encountering fraudsters, right?
Okay.
And so then when I encounter it anywhere else, it makes me think fraudster. And I know that's on me, but that was my feeling about this guy. And notwithstanding that, I really liked him as a witness.
I thought he was good.
Notwithstanding my general first impression of him, I thought he was a great witness. He was a great witness. It's just that my natural inclination.
You can't go after him. He doesn't give. You can't touch him.
The thing is, he's also partially because of his sales style. He's very much, he doesn't want to piss anybody off. He doesn't want to say anything bad about anybody because he's still got to work in this town. And so he doesn't throw shade at anybody, which means that you can't make him look like he was biased because he's just like, he just doesn't, he doesn't even throw shit at Hannah.
I mean, I thought he did good. Now, I want you to keep in mind.
I also love the moment when he
did get shot in the arm. Now, we also know
that also makes
the
it
body,
really hard to cross.
Like from the footage and everything else. He was cursing up a fucking storm. We know that the whole idea of him being the calm person, oh, I was just calm there. Nope, he was cursing a whole lot. He was real pissed and he was real hurt, and that's completely acceptable because he got shot in the fucking arm.
There's a moment where they asked him what, and he says something like, "I don't remember what I said," right after he got shot, and I was like, "That's a good thing because we've already had one C word today."
We've seen it. Yeah, but his description of being shot, I thought also was probably, of everyone who's testified about those circumstances, about you've dealt with people who've gotten shot, as have I, right?
The thing is, there's moments when he drops the sales patter, if that makes sense.
Yes.
And him getting shot is one of those moments where he's just telling the story of what happened. The other place that I really liked where he drops the sales patter is he gets into moments where you can see he's retelling what his vision was for a scene.
Yep.
And you can see that he's no longer in the sales patter. He's in the I am an artist and look at my and he's trying to share this vision that it's in his head. And I'm like, I could listen to that all day. I could listen to this guy tell me his views on all of that all day.
He's also good at not filling blanks. If he does not remember something, he's very good at trying recall and not filling the void.
Which I love in a witness, right?
Yes.
So
I wanted to play that segment where
we're sort of tucked into a corner of the town. It's a scene with the character's name is Harlan Rust.
And that's Mr. Baldwin's character.
And just sort of what they call auditioning the shot. Do you like this camera angle?
Okay.
And so once they do that, the camera was on the dolly, which is a gigantically heavy piece of equipment. And it was in the middle of an aisle between pews. So the pews were here and the dolly's in the middle. And when you're in a tight space like that, I generally, when they start moving the gear around, feel like I'm in the way. And so
because you probably are.
I got out of the way, went outside, and I figured, we still had one monitor. There was no village anymore that day, or that I'm aware of. Not in the traditional sense that there would be monitors lined up, but there was still a monitor that I could see the camera through.
Where was that monitor?
That was outside of the church. I don't remember if they had it on a stand or if it was on a cart. It was not a big one, but they were trying to get image up on the monitor having come back from lunch. And after a time, the image was just not coming up. And so I decided, before they get too far afield, if they're sort of setting this up in a way that I think isn't going to work, I would like to at least stop them and say, no, let's move it here. And so that's when I went back inside to have a look.
So at any point in time, did you see Ms. Gutierrez enter the church with the
yeah, throws
and then they eventually maybe grew tired of my protesting about it because they showed me the x-ray of my back and there was a very large bullet in it.
Wait, no, is this part? Hang on. Sorry, I went too fast.
And there was an incredibly loud.
Oh, it's this part. Sorry, I was right there.
I don't have a clear
yes, he wrote the
memory of
script
how
for
long
Rust.
I was standing behind her.
For the person in the chat.
I know I got up behind her to try to see on the monitor, and there was an incredibly loud bang that was not like the half and quarter loads you hear on a set.
What have we talked about before? Yeah, we talked about before. The loudest noise you can hear on a range is a click when you expect a bang and a bang when you expect a click.
Well, and that's also going to be a full power load, which
in an enclosed space.
Yeah, it's going to be loud.
Those are sort of, they're loud poofs and pops. This was deafening. And it felt like somebody had taken a baseball bat to my shoulder. I remember that distinctly.
Very accurate and acute description.
It's a very common thing. People think they've been punched. They think they've been hit. They feel the impact and the pain, but they don't really feel the it doesn't feel like a puncture kind of thing.
And the way he describes a baseball bat, he doesn't describe the pain first. He describes the impact first, like you feel the hit.
Yeah.
And then he describes the pain.
Well, and a 45 long Colt is kind of a bus of a cartridge. It's not necessarily the fastest cartridge out there.
No, but it's going to hit you pretty hard
with a lot of mass. Yeah. And so, I think they're a lot of fun to shoot. So tomorrow I'm going to a gun show. After that, I'm probably going to go and I might go hit a gun range. And I think I'll bring my my little, 45 long Colt. Put some rounds through.
It also bucks. That $45. Like, there's the Baldwin buck, which is like, yeah.
It's not that bad.
Yeah, it takes more than that. That hand gesture would suggest.
You see, he's like lifting the gun before
he flutters it.
So what he does is he waves, like when Baldwin's shooting, he's waving the gun in an arc upwards, and he fires at some point on the arc. I'm just like, your shooting looks idiotic, my dude. You look like an absolute, Baldwin looks like a moron in those when he's shooting. I was like, and if I'm the armorer, I'd be sitting there going like, just so you know, you look like an absolute idiot. Here is how you should look when you're shooting.
You have missed every target by a mile.
You look like the guy at the range who gets sent home because you are unsafe, right? Point, shoot. Point, shoot. It would have been but he's waving it around
you're not casting a magic spell. It's not a wand. You're not going like Wingardium Leviosa and that makes it shoot. No, you are acquiring a target, centering the target, and pulling the trigger. There's a point in that timeline when that gun needs to be level, and it has to be more than a quarter second.
Yeah, it's point, fire. Point, fire would be much where you look like you're actually lining it up. with my hot sauce bottle. It's like point, fire, right? Point, acquire target, fire, right? That looks like you're actually shooting at something. He just looks like he's like, woo, woo.
Well, and it's the Western actors too, because they do the one-hand shooting. And they always love the one-hand shooting without everyone ever having fired a firearm one-handed. Like, they don't know what
there are guys who are very
does.
good at one-handed shooting, but
they don't shoot like that.
And that's the thing, is normally you want to be, you know,
supported.
Like,
yeah.
So the other thing is that moment when he does the draw and you see him draw and almost lose the gun. I was like, oh my God.
I'm gonna get to that in a second. Like, so Souza, here we go, Souza. So Souza, only thing I want about him is his testimony about this, because this, I think, yes, it was you didn't need it, but
there's another moment you should definitely cover.
What?
When he's asked about Baldwin on cross.
Oh, okay, we'll get to that.
Pulling back and shouting. I don't remember exactly what I said.
Were you able to see Ms. Hutchins at that time?
I did. I remember sort of stumbling back, and I either fell to my knees or I was sitting.
Stumbling and falling to your knees and
I
sitting.
distinctly remember her being lowered to the ground. People had her sort of by either side. And I still didn't.
You don't get blown back by a round.
Nothing made sense.
No.
I remember initially thinking, had she been startled by it, and they were sitting her down as a result, and then I saw the blood on her back.
And
probably one of the most accurate testimonies you'll get about shock.
Yeah.
Like how it reacts. Like, you cannot process, like, you stumble and you sit, and everything around you are trying to process, and nothing makes a logical connection.
And when you watch people who have been shot, what you'll see over and over again is, and they sit down, right? They take a seat, they sit down, and then they get up, and it's like, oh, right? Over and over and over again, you see people just like, that's how, and so, you know, people don't get blown back. They don't anything. They often like wander over to some place where they feel okay, and they take a seat, and they never stand up again. That's so, the whole thing about like, I'm sitting down, I'm like, yep. And some people in the chat talking about Keanu Reeves' training videos. Training with Terran Tactical. Yeah. That is really, he's like a genuine badass with the guns. So.
And moves naturally. Like, all the awkward movements that are real are there. Yeah.
No, the other guy who did surprisingly well, especially considering his era, is Arnold Schwarzenegger. If you watch The Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger had never touched a gun, I believe, and he was so paranoid about looking like an idiot with them that he went to the range and practiced the hell out of, like, with every gun that he was going to be using. And because of that, he actually got a sort of a head nod from the NRA for like realistic firearm use in a movie. They were like, not bad.
That's
so.
Yeah.
He really didn't want, like, I don't know what his background, like, if he had any experience, but he was so paranoid about looking like an idiot that he was like, we're gonna practice.
I want to clarify
Keanu
this.
had months of gun training.
It wasn't just months; it was years. It was months across years. It was. He never really stopped. Like,
and he's got the money and the ability to just like, okay, I'm gonna spend whatever. Just doing this, right? Whereas if I wanted to dedicate,
he caught the competitive bug.
I don't even know. Like, I don't know if he's ever competed outside of like that. But like, if I wanted to dedicate myself like that,
yeah,
I wouldn't be able to do it in the way he did, right? I wouldn't be able to afford Terran Tactical for a month. I don't know what that cost, but I also wouldn't be able to just take a month off, right, and do nothing. So, yeah.
I'm gonna go Keanu.
Yeah, I don't know if there's anyone else that comes to mind. So, yeah.
Most realistic use, reload, all of the above, reaction, timing, positioning. Like, I don't think there's anyone else.
I mean, I would love to interview Keanu on the channel. Yeah. I don't think it'll ever happen, but I would love to.
All right, so finishing Joel Souza.
To the best of your recollection, what happened after that?
It got very chaotic.
Yeah, it tends to happen.
Them laying me down. I remember them laying her down next to me. Although we were sort of facing in opposite directions. My head was this way, her head was that way. I remember a lot of panic. I still just couldn't figure out what had happened. I thought, was there something that had been stuck in the barrel that came out, but just nothing made sense. I remember.
I think this is so impactful because the nothing made sense part. Like, it's the nothing made sense. Like, this is a set. This is a movie set. And when he talks about, like, the doctors are telling him about the gunshot and he's going, no, I don't think you get it. It was a movie set.
Yeah, that's not possible.
Yes. When he says that, in my mind, I'm going, oh, shit, that's good testimony.
Yeah, I thought he was a great witness. I thought he was a fantastic witness. I got a weird feeling from him. Is basically at the beginning there.
We get to Alec around halfway through during cross, right?
There's a super chat we got to bring up.
Which one?
Last one. This one.
Oh, I'll do that.
I was trying to be helpful.
Jolly Rogers, please raise a toast to my father who died suddenly on Saturday. I'm still in shock. Jolly Rogers.
Jolly Roger, to your father.
To your dad.
Sorry to interrupt. I just thought that one was
It's important. Not an interruption. It's not. The shock of that moment will never leave you. You will remember every single thing about that moment when you learned. But I hope that is one of a series of things that you remember about your father. And I hope that the predominant thing that shines through is love and the things that you experience together with him. It's never easy to lose a parent, a guiding force, especially a father. I've lost mine, and I know others who have lost theirs. It's going to suck. But you are who you are today because he is, or he was who he was throughout your life. And that'll never leave. So, also, I've said this before, feel free to, when you reach the appropriate level of the healing process, walk outside, look at the moon, and curse him for leaving you, and just like being like, you son of a bitch. You had to go. Really? Really? Like, of course, right now. Like, housing market shit. I got to find a house. I got to do all these things. There's a catharsis in speaking to your dad in the afterlife. So I hope you find that peace. It's not going to be now. But I hope it comes soon. So my cheers to you and your father. And I apologize I'm sorry that sudden loss. But it's always sudden. Even when it's expected, it's sudden. So I'm sorry for your loss. But cheers to the grand Jolly Roger, the father of Jolly Rogers. Yeah. hate to say it, but on with Cross.
I should have poured a better scotch for that.
Purpose of a dummy round is to look very like a live.
What's that?
Further. And I'm not going to focus too much on this. Did you cover the moment during yours?
Yeah.
Is it fairly strong?
It's a funny moment. That's why I think it's worth covering.
Well, I want to go to the EMT because I want to get there because I have to talk about SPF.
I'll tell people what it was. It's he's asked like, would you say Baldwin has a strong personality? And he's like, yeah, that's a way to put it, or something along those lines.
That one.
And it's like, it's clear that he wants to call Baldwin an asshole, but he also still wants to work in Hollywood.
But you also knew from the fucking videos, you knew he was an asshole. He's an asshole.
Yeah. So it's like, we know he's a dick. And I just love the, that. And then he moves on. They say, because, what's his name? Bowles is trying to trip him up and says, oh, yeah, you didn't have any problem with Hannah's work on that day, right? And he's like, no, not on that day. And he emphasizes it so nicely that
I know it was so perfect,
so nicely that you could just tell that he's like, well, yeah, she didn't kill anybody that day, right? And it's like,
oh yeah,
yeah. So
the next witness that I'm gonna cover like briefly because he doesn't really give a whole lot. Like this dude's on the stand for nothing. Like he's just there. But
I don't.
A lot of people
for the thirst. And also to make a few funny comments, did you get the do you have the timestamp for the hilarious moment in the defense's questioning?
No.
Oh my God! It's right.
Do you have the Court TV timestamp or do you have?
I have the News Nation timestamp.
I will find that if you send it. Do you have it linked?
Yeah, well, I can pull it up. I think I closed that off. Let me pull it up and get you the Court TV timestamp.
Yeah, so see if you can't pull it up. I'm going to play the intro to him because he is he is Wyatt Morton's son, not Morton's son. But the number of comments that people were sending me in DMs, like, do you have a son we don't know about or a long-lost brother? And I said, I have neither. But it's kind of funny.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat.
All right, let me try to find it here. I'm going to do my best to find it real quick.
Morning.
Okay, so hang on. Let me see if I can do this. No. I don't see it. I don't see it.
You don't see what?
The connection. The what's that doesn't look like me.
I mean, I'm going to say he looks a little like you, and I found the timestamp. I've got it ready to go.
That's not me.
It's close enough.
Take the hat off. Well, I can't because the hair is.
You're just doing that for the thirst. Why are you removing me? Now I'm the spectral voice that's in the background.
We like spectral voices,
but do we?
He's the horse wrangler. He is the horse wrangler. You cannot make this shit up. He is the horse wrangler. You have a timestamp?
I have the video ready to pull up.
Pull it up.
All right. So we get two funny moments for one.
Oh, wait. Before you play it, can I ask, is this the one that I chatted you about? Like, did the group chat, like, he said this comment or this comment was made in cross? Like, did it deal with a plasticky material?
Yes, okay, that's the one.
Yep, this is
all right.
The one. Okay.
Now, in order to share the audio, I think I have to mess with things, so it'll echo if you talk. Just warning you. So, I think this will work.
No, ma'am.
Chat, could you hear that? No, ma'am. Rob, you could hear it? Okay, playing the rest.
In fact, in the filming of Rust, you were a wrangler, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your responsibility is animals, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Horses,
Yes, ma'am.
donkeys.
No.
You weren't responsible for the donkey? I thought we heard testimony about a donkey. That wasn't you, right?
Not that I can recollect.
Okay. And in fact, during the Rust filming, isn't it true that you didn't even wear a real firearm? You had a replica rubber gun, right?
Not that I can recollect.
You don't recollect if you wore a rubber, if you had a real firearm?
Okay, you're good. I turned the echo thing off. You don't recollect if you wore a rubber? I was like, oh my God. And you could see it in her face. You could see her wanting to die right after she says it. It's like, oh my God. Oh.
I think I texted you immediately after that. I think I said, did I just hear what I just heard? Like,
and I was already writing down the timestamp. I was like, fuck.
Like, that was just a inopportune moment. I completely understand what she was trying to say. I fucking lost it. I died laughing.
And the News Nation feed is just a little bit faster than the court, it's a little bit sooner than the court TV feed. And so I was like, oh my God. Oh my God.
Just bad. And I know for a fact I was not, people are saying like boys being boys. No, I know for a fact people lost their shit because I was watching it live and I was watching like Emily's chat and other people's chats. I was not the only person that heard that. I know that for a fact.
No, and I mean it was hilarious, right? It was just I mean I know we're all children.
You know what? I will take this criticism and this one. I will take that criticism. I understand that. Eighth grade schoolboys. I get it. 100%.
Oh yeah.
You know what? Every now and then you got to laugh at stupid shit. It's just, yes, we're children. I get it. We deal with too much serious shit all the time that when you hear some stupid thing like that, you die laughing and you laugh again at your own immaturity. Like you laugh again at your own immaturity. Like, did I just laugh at that?
Yep. I enjoyed the heck out of it. So
yeah. So that was funny. That was Baby Rob. Pulling this back up. That's Baby Rob. So Baby Rob testified. It was the horse wrangler, said that. And then we had you ready for some of the worst shit you can ever see?
I mean, all of this is the worst shit.
So this is the EMT. Cherilyn Schafer, who's the EMT who, when she testifies, wait, I want to go to the beginning because she says what her job is and what she's usually tasked with.
Work that goes with the production to make sure that if somebody gets injured enough that they need to go to have sunscreen, bug spray,
dang it,
for the potential that there could be something dangerous that happens. But 99% of the time, we are in charge of making sure the actors, and not necessarily the actors, but the crew have sunscreen, bug spray, Advil, electrolytes. If it's hot out, we make sure everyone stays hydrated. If it's cold, we hand out hot hands. That's majority of it. If somebody gets a splinter or a cut, we take care of those as well. If somebody gets injured enough that they need to go to get stitches or be seen, we bandage them up, we send them off. And then we are in charge of the paperwork that goes with the production to make sure.
So she is an EMT. She is licensed, a certified EMT. She is an emergency medical technician. And 99.9% of her job is
boo-boo patrol.
Yeah, it's mom duty. It's sunscreen, scrapes, bumps, bruises, splinter. Like, you need a splinter? Do you need a splinter taken out? I'll take it out. It's a lot of boo-boo control. So
don't
this
do that
is a
voice,
person. Though. I won't. This is a person who literally, while they are trained to handle the worst, 99.9% of their job is nothing.
She has the lowest level of EMT in her state. So she's not trained to handle the worst. She's trained to, like...
It's a movie set. Like I get it, but...
Just keep in mind, movie sets can have absolutely horrific injuries.
I understand
That's
that.
where you can have somebody fall off a moving car and, like, pavement. That's where you can have somebody blown apart by...
I get it. I understand that. Like, yes, she's like a school nurse, but here's the thing. You, as defense counsel, have to read the fucking room.
There's a way to try to take her on, right? There's a way to take...
Yeah.
It's not how they do it.
Yeah.
And the
you
thing
take
is...
her on with the... You would admit that you're overwhelmed. You would admit that, you know, you see a lot of these things. What percentage of the things that you treat on set are something that requires stitches, right?
The thing is
light.
I have more than one medical professional in my DMs telling me that she really did not radiate with medical professionals, right?
Oh, I understand that.
And the thing is that the defense could have gotten that across, right? They could have gotten that across, and they could have been like, you know, listen, you worked in an ER for 3 years. This isn't the first time you've seen a death. You've seen deaths. Did you sue after each of those times? No.
Well, they could have.
But they
could have.
I'm sure she hasn't. And you'd search this before you'd search this as part of your cross-exam prep, right? You'd check to see if a lawsuit was ever filed. You would know this beforehand. And you don't do this if it comes, and you'd say, okay, so the time you have all this trauma is when suddenly it's a bunch of rich people on the line. Okay, and she says, "Oh, it's not about the money; it's about the principle."
Oh,
okay,
wait, Ian. I mean,
how
Ian,
much of
Ian,
your 1.15 million are you giving to the principal?
You know what? Congratulations, Ian. Good. I love you for standing on principle. Great job. Wonderful job. This was the biggest self-own the defense made since botching the cross on the interview lead detective.
The thing is they could have made a good attack at her.
I get it.
They didn't. What they did instead is they fall on their face, make her look more sympathetic, and make her and all I got out of their cross is that now I hate the defense lawyer too. Yep. Right? That's what I get about it. And you know, but like she made some comments that the medical professionals in my DMs were very upset about. They're like, "What do you mean you don't have a chest seal?" And I have a chest seal right there.
Like, so
right?
This was something that
she didn't intubate. She was not the intubating.
Oh, she didn't intubate.
EMT. Nope, she did not intubate. She's not qualified to intubate. She's not qualified to draw an IV. The thing is if every medical professional could sue anytime somebody came in with a serious injury, like this is the thing is like there's so many doctors, there's so many all of this, and she says I don't know where would I get like if I could even get a chest seal.
Yep.
I pointed this out on my screen.
I
pulled this out of my car.
Well, you are Ian. You are not an exemplar of like normal people.
Neither is a freaking medic on. Like she's saying, if I could get a chest seal, it's like, well, I bought this at literally a shooting competition. There was a guy selling medical kits, and I was like, let me see your medical kit. And it was a decent medical kit, so I bought one.
Stop loss one?
No, it's just an IFAC. It's, it opens up. It's got all sorts of stuff in. It's got a 2-pack of chest seals. I'm going to a gun show tomorrow. And, if anyone's in Edmonton and wants to hang out with me at the gun show, I'll be there for a bit. So I will probably buy, I'm thinking 3 more of these.
Yeah.
They're not that expensive. They're not hard to get. They're not anything, which means that you can get these. So
Ian?
When she says, I don't know, like if I could get a chest seal, it's not a magical thing. It's just go buy one, right?
I know. But to a jury,
the defense has to, they have to land this, they have to nail this.
You're not angry at her. You're angry at the defense.
I'm angry at defense. I think she's fine.
Appropriately angry. I want to make very clear to the chat. You're not angry at her. She testifies.
I'm not angry at her.
She's not up to the standards that needs to be on a set where there's firearms. I understand that part.
And she says that. That's actually, that I thought was the best part of her testimony. When she says, we need to have change because I was out there. I had no support. I didn't have the equipment. I didn't have this. Why do we need 300 people on set before I can get a second medic? There were 2 people injured. I was bringing in the electrician. Why is she basically says I was not
everyone out.
She says I was not enough here for this and that, but defense could if defense didn't suck, they could have taken a better swing at her. And I mean, I don't. The other thing is
example.
I'm not saying she deserves to have a swing taken at her.
Bowles cross-examining Sarah Zachry. The gentle approach of, well, you would agree that, you would need more. It's the gentle approach. You would agree you would need more. You would agree that the industry didn't provide you with what you needed in that moment. You would agree that it would be better if on a set that employed the use of guns that you would have these resources. You would agree, you go down that path. And with everything, you're doing it gently. You're not attacking her. You're attacking the industry. You're attacking everything that led to her being in the position she was. You are going at what she describes as the root problem. You're not attacking her as a person. You're going at the issue.
That's another approach, is you could do a soft cross to reorient her in order to say, you would agree that this whole production was a shit show. That this whole production was a disaster. You would agree that, I'm not mad at her. I'm not mad at her at all. I'm mad at defense counsel.
I'm mad at counsel. They fucked this up. Defense counsel, when I say there are crosses that are disastrous, this was one of the worst cross-examinations because you attacked someone. They didn't attack the industry. They didn't attack anything else. They attacked her. They went after her.
And that's the thing, is this is the defense equivalent of dropping a grenade at your own feet. That's what they did, is they just dropped a grenade at their own feet. And it was okay.
It was terrible. It was terrible. I don't think I've ever seen. It was bad. So some of the direct.
Sure that the injury can be to go through workers' comp, so that it's not coming out of the crew or whoever's insurance.
Okay.
She is there for insurance purposes. That's it.
Yeah. And I think you could have, you could go with the hard cross as, you are suing, all of this. That's an approach. And I think that they could have done it well. They could also have done a good soft cross of,
I'm going rust. I'm going soft cross rust. I'm going soft cross with, you were the person they brought in because they needed to meet these standards.
They also could have, you would, and you read, like you'd say, you'd agree you weren't enough, you were not the person they needed for that day, right?
Exactly. If a gun were to misfire, you were not capable of handling that in that moment.
Yeah. And isn't that an example of cost cutting? Isn't that shouldn't there have been another medic to help you? You didn't have a chest seal? So production was not giving you the equipment you needed to handle these emergencies?
Yep.
I think
that's the route I'm taking. That's the avenue I'm treading.
And you know what would have been even still way better than the defense's cross is they start out asking like, you don't know the difference between a replica gun and a real gun. She's I don't know.
We'll get there. We're going to get there because the cross is a lesson in how not to cross.
Well, and then they could have just stopped. Like, we're done before they go on the attack, right? And it would have been fine. Like, you said that these are all real guns. You don't know that, right? I don't know that. Cool. Move on. Next witness. Right?
And the other thing is, here's the thing. The person you're crossing, I understand Ian's point, but go back to what I talk about, the theater of the courtroom. If the theater of the courtroom, and if there's emotionality to the courtroom, right? You have this person who has just testified to whether they did it right or wrong, literally like laying at the body of this person and trying their best, even though they didn't have the skills or the knowledge of using the tools they had or didn't have the tools, they were there trying. And this person expired in front of them. That should, at the very least, if your defense counsel, inform you that maybe you might want to take the not asshole approach.
This is what, if you're gonna go hot against this witness, you better not miss.
You don't miss.
Like, that's,
you have the receipts.
What's Sir Mix-a-Lot has you can't miss. And what was it? The Wire. You're gonna come at the king, you better not miss, right? This is the line. If you're going to go after a sympathetic witness and you're going to do it
aggressively,
the other thing is she launches into the aggressive really fast,
and that's what I want to get to.
And
I think the witness triggers it, and I think she loses composure.
Usually you have to build up to, like, as defense counsel, everyone is inclined to hate you. You have to assume that the jury hates you before you stand up. And what that means is that if you want to throw shit, especially at a sympathetic witness, you have to earn it first. And what I mean by that is you got to start asking soft, friendly questions that slowly get a little more pointed, and you start getting them to contradictions, and you want the jury to be starting to think, wait a minute, is this witness a little sus? Before you start dropping bombs. Because if the jury is already at this person is a little sus, then you can start on that. And people are wondering how she managed to win $1.15 million. Well, Zachry's lawyer fucks up, fails to file a response, is noted in default, and she wins in default.
A default judgment.
Sarah Zachry is, from what I understand, now suing her counsel on that. And who is ending up paying that $1.15 million?
And what's funny about that
is counsel's insurance coverage.
The lawyer's insurance company. The thing is, and that's what I don't like about defense strategy here. I hate it. Like, you got a judgment, didn't you? You got a judgment, didn't you? It was a default judgment. It wasn't about the merits of the case. It was a default judgment. Yes, she sued. She might have been trying to get like $1. I don't know.
Well, I mean, she had to have sued for the 1.15, right?
Yeah, she did. She got that. But also people are saying that, like, why are they allowed to sue?
The other thing that would have been a real big risk.
I'm going to be firm on record that every person that was involved in this, like, filming production might have a viable claim against the production company. Every single one of them.
That's why everyone's suing, is because if you actually were there for the death, you probably have a legit claim. And I'm just like, I don't think her claim is illegitimate. And the other risk, you know how you just get absolutely curb stomped on this one? Is if she says, well, my psychiatric expenses were $300,000 and I donated the rest to charity.
Yeah.
And, as defense counsel, you have just been curb stomped and, beaten with the pointy end of a rake at that point. It's like, you better not miss. That's...
Well, and Donnie, to your point, she already got 1.5 mil. Why so much trauma? Because of trauma? No, it's not. It's because that was the cap that they pled in the complaint.
You pick a high number in the complaint.
They defaulted on, and no response was filed, and the lawyer is on the hook for that because the lawyer fucked up. It's not. That is the lawyer fucking up.
Yeah.
So let's go on with some of it.
I had asked her if she could feel her legs, and for one, I believe she said yes. For the other one, she said no, and so I knew that there was some sort of spinal injury at that point. And as I was going towards her, I could see the blood dripping from her back onto the church floor.
Was she still seated at this?
Anyone in the medical community who has ever dealt with trauma, you now know this person has not dealt with trauma.
Or she has. And here's the thing. I dealt with a file where, it was a horrific car accident. And this police officer gets up on the stand and, he's asked what his occupation is. And he says, I'm not, he's like, I'm not working right now. And I immediately went, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Because why he wasn't working is because he decided he couldn't be a cop anymore after dealing with his car accident.
Yeah.
He had dealt with probably hundreds of car accidents and fatal car accidents.
Yeah.
Let me finish. Don't
go on. I'm not.
This was the one that got to him because it looked very much like a kid he knew. And it just, all of his defenses, all of his, his wall to build up that, it just cut right through it. And the guy couldn't work anymore. He was just like, I can't do it. I can't do another accident scene. I can't anything.
And
you
fair.
hear this from EMT, from paramedics. You hear this
might have gone from medical care to this because she had had that past experience. I can see that.
It's like she says when when she's given the leeway, she says basically I empathized too much. I empathized with Helena because I was thinking about my own kid. I was thinking about her husband. And if you get into that thinking, it can, that's the stuff that can break down those walls and really, and I mean, I do criminal defense work. I see pictures of stabbings. I see pictures, and you know what? A lot of the time, because I've seen a lot of them, you just turn the page and it's like, oh, there's a guy with 6 stab wounds, and it doesn't get to you. Every once but the other thing is I've got pictures that I've seen in disclosure that I can still remember because I am, that they just horrified me. And these, she's on set every day with these people, right? These aren't just she's the person who's like, oh, let me get you some sunscreen. Let's chat at the food lineup. Let's this. So she knows these people, right? She's too close.
Yeah, and the thing is, I see people in the chat. No, and Ian made this point earlier. She did not intubate. She did not intubate. She literally patched, compressed, and waited because that was what she was trained to do. That was the level of her training.
Somebody else did the intubation.
Patch, chest compressions, wait. That's what she was trained to do. So all of that said, she does this and she watches this person near expire in front of her, and defense begins cross. Right about here.
Of PA work that you submit to the
you all in.
Here we go, cross. And this goes bad real quick.
Oh, they just slaughter themselves. It's an absolute humiliation.
No, I'm not going to finish that question. Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness.
Cross exam.
And I want to bring this up. So this is the thing. This is what I felt like. She's like a mom. I felt this way when she testified to me. She passed the boo-boo. She was there. She was the mom. She was the one that was making sure everyone was good. And when she testified that way. So there's a way of going at the production company. Like maybe they should have planned for something more serious, right?
Yeah.
But attacking the person.
Well, and they also have absolutely no control over her. And she gets away from the defense and runs.
Oh my gosh.
And she just curb stomps them. So, yeah.
Ms. Schafer.
Hello.
I want to start with this incident you talked about on direct with the...
Oh, the Tomlet. I'm back with a guilty verdict in 5 minutes. No. I'm engaging in I'm engaging in a debate on all of the issues, and I'm keeping people who accuse me of like closing my mind off. No, I will debate all these issues. Me? My vote's cast. Ian, same-ish.
I mean, I think Hannah ought to be convicted. I think I'm at like 55% she might be acquitted.
I mean, she might be, but I'm telling you about my vote. Like, that's it. Like, I'm telling you my vote.
Oh, my vote is she goes to jail, but...
Yeah, and you're not... If I'm on the jury, you're not convincing me otherwise.
The problem is like, part of why I get to she's going to jail is I know gun safety in ways that I don't think have properly been presented to the jury.
I
agree.
There's
a lot of... They've managed to do a lot of muddiness that they've thrown into this, and that muddy always helps defense. But the prosecution has three main strengths. One, Hannah's own fool statements, like her interview.
Yeah.
Her interviews are god awful. Two, the videos from on set are bad. Three, the armor. I think the armor did a great job.
Oh, he was so good.
Oh, the armor, I was just like, I want to hang out with this guy.
This is like great expert too.
Well, and the thing is, he'd never testified as an expert before because they never they didn't ask like, hey, how many times have you been qualified as an expert? Which means none. He just gets up there. He's confident. He's smooth. And he doesn't bullshit. Even on cross, it's like, oh yeah, how about this? He's like, yep, that is true. So let's keep going because people are like, hey, are we ever going to get to
I know,
Sam?
they're mad. Okay, cross.
The ammunition and Miss Gutierrez putting it into her fanny pack, okay?
Okay.
So first, you don't know the difference between blanks and dummies, right?
I do not visually.
Right, and is what you saw in that one instance Sarah Zachry bringing Hannah Gutierrez the different boxes of ammunition?
She was next to Hannah. I'm not sure exactly where the boxes were staged.
Right, but you saw Sarah bring her a box, and then Miss Gutierrez take the rounds and put them in.
Can I have to express frustration. This is the only attorney who pronounces her name that way. And I get proper pronunciation, Gutierrez. I understand that. But she herself does not pronounce her name that way.
Yeah, I was going to say, the funny thing is going to be when she gets up on the stand and she says, yeah, I'm Hannah Gutierrez.
It is more insulting to be Gutierrez. To be saying that, like, it drove me fucking crazy.
I'm wondering if there's like somebody Hispanic on the jury and how it's playing to the jury.
No, it's the attorney.
Well, to the, like, how it plays to the jury, because if the jury might be like, okay, good, they're pronouncing it right, or the jury might be like, you condescending fuck.
Yeah, I get it, but it sounds more condescending when it's like highlighted in the only way, the only person pronouncing it that way isn't not Gutierrez, not Hannah, not anybody else. It is her.
Yeah.
It's just been driving me nuts the whole time. Every time.
In her fanny pack, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't know if Sarah had shaken those boxes before she brought, or those rounds before she brought them, right?
I do not.
Can metal prop guns that can't fire, like replicas, like gun replicas, would those require safety checks?
Why are you asking this question? Why, like, this is now, we are now in dumb cross land. We are now in dumb cross because you have asked a question within your first 3 questions where you have to get at this witness, where you have asked a question you know damn well she can't answer.
Well, and also
several film sets before, right?
Yes,
you can lead.
You've given us testimony today about what you
Like,
saw.
why are you not
safety
leading?
checks and whatnot, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Or do you know what a replica gun is?
Oh, she goes back. She tries to do it again.
Well, she got an objection on foundation, so she's trying to go
would not know
back.
if somebody showed me put a plastic gun near me or one that could fire, whichever way you were referring to.
Great answer. Honest answer. Great answer. Way to go. Like, not coached, not anything. Like, literally, I wish I had witnesses that could answer questions like that. Common
And the
sense
thing is,
as shit.
You can cross-examine her on, like, you can lead on cross. If this, like, a non-firing gun that cannot fire a blank doesn't need a safety check, correct? Like, lead your freaking witness on the cross. You lead hard on cross.
But Ian, I'm sorry. I'm objecting to that all day.
Why?
How is she supposed to? How is she supposed to know that? She is the fucking medic.
Sure, you build foundation. You ask her if she can, like.
So I object to foundation. You're not getting me to any point where she can testify to what she knows about these firearms.
I absolutely am. I go up. I say, they asked her all the armor questions.
You're losing the argument. Well, they did. They did.
They did. Prosecution said she gets to give these opinions.
That's fair.
So it's only fair to say I get to now defray that.
I am trying to box that in, though. Like, we're getting far afield. I get the point.
Replica, I do not know. Because I would consider that a prop gun versus something the armorer would be in charge of.
So you are not, did you just say you don't know the difference between a replica gun and a real gun?
If I were not to see them, touch them in front of me, no, I would not.
Are you aware whether a replica gun even requires safety checks?
I'm confused by your words. Do you mean
it's a bad question.
If you mean a rubber gun, that does not need safety checks. You would not check a rubber gun. But if it is a gun that you put ammunition of any kind in, whether it's dummy or whatever other the quarter loads that they use, then those would need to be checked for safety, but a rubber gun would not.
And you're saying that despite never working as an armor before, right?
That is correct. I am not an armorer.
And you've never even worked in props as a props assistant.
Oh, that I've never been an armorer. That was your warning. That was your warning.
Yeah.
Like, you're about to go down a road.
I mean, really, they should have objected to all of the armorer questions with her, right?
This attorney has just decided, in the face of a giant red flag that's more obvious than Google Maps, like, do not go here.
Have you?
I have not worked in props. That is not.
They really should have objected during
And,
direct.
Have you ever worked on a set where there was actually part-time armor?
Part-time? No. Day players, yes, but not part-time.
So who is in charge of the gun cart when the armor has to go to the restroom?
That would, I've never been in that situation. If somebody needed, if the armorer was in the restroom, I would assume we would wait until the armorer was available to do their job. That would not be somebody for any other department that I am aware of.
When you saw this incident with Sarah Zachry bringing Hannah this ammunition, and you saw Hannah, you said put it in a fanny pack, right?
Correct.
You don't know if those were blanks or dummies, do you?
I do not.
And were you aware that Ms. Gutierrez's fanny pack had multiple separators in it?
I was not. I did not. I just saw her pouring them in. I did not.
All right, this part I think fucked up their case a little bit. Like, you're saying that you have a separator and a fanny pack for between live dummies and other dummies. Like, that is your method of classification, a fanny pack with dividers in it?
I mean, they got to go with what little they've got. Like,
it's not good.
I mean, the problem is they've got bad facts. This is massaging the bad facts to slightly less bad facts.
Really?
Yeah.
Her response is epic. Her response is like, I just started dumping them in a fanny pack. Like, her response literally makes it worse.
Well, and the thing is I'm looking at this going, okay, you've got a fanny pack with dividers. You're pouring stuff in, aiming for the divider pouch.
Yeah. And
it's going to end up in
spilling
like,
over
it's gonna
in
spill
other
over.
dividers. Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm sitting, like, I get where defense was trying to go.
Oh, I know.
This witness beats them every time.
Every time.
And, like, if I'm on the jury, I'm like, well, that's what the problem is. They got loose stuff. Now, the thing is this is actually irrelevant because this isn't how the accident happens.
No.
But, yeah.
It was pouring. I was pouring live. I was pouring rounds in to my fanny pack. And don't worry, they stayed in that divider.
I mean, I can tell you, like,
it's so bad. It's so bad.
And the thing is that the fanny pack in and of itself just tells us that this is somebody who is so cavalier and ignorant about safety that they should never, ever in their life, ever work on a film set at all or handle a gun because, like, what would I be doing? I would be rocking out with, like, hey, let's have everything in proper storage. And
here's the exception. Here's the one exception. Let's say that, for example, on that particular day, on that shoot day, you have a shoot where everyone has long Colt 45. And we are shooting the same quarter blank, right? Quarter load blank. All day long, every firearm, all of it has it. Then, if it is the same munition, same firearm, same everything, if you put it in a fanny pack and that's all that's in there, okay, all right, that might arguably make sense.
If the fanny pack was just for one thing only, okay, fine. I still don't like it. What I would probably be doing on all of this is, you know, some sort of system. Like somebody mentioned in my chat earlier a system that I really, really liked for how to do this, and it's a box where you can only open one compartment at a time.
Well, it's a lockout
so you can't,
box. Yeah.
You can't unlock the other box until the first one is locked. And I'm like, okay, cool. Now you've got your quarter power, your eighth power, your full power, you know, all of this in separate canisters. And because you have to lock one before you can open the other, you know that you can never, ever cross-contaminate from one to the other. That is how you do it.
You mean like the lockout tagout system that they recommended to Hannah that she said was just too complicated and they would do her way? Like, so going on with cross, because this only gets better.
See anything other than the pouring motion.
And you don't follow Miss Gutierrez or Sarah Zachry all day on set, do you?
I do not.
And you don't know if there are safety checks done that were out of your presence, do you?
I do not.
Is it true that you have filed a lawsuit against David Hall's PDQ,
She knows coming.
Seth Kinney, and Sarah Zachry, and Hannah Gutierrez?
Yes, it is true.
Among others, right?
Correct.
And in that lawsuit, you claim that you've been traumatized by the incident, right?
Absolutely.
And you are actually seeking money damages in that lawsuit.
Is anyone disagreeing with that? You claim you've been traumatized. Is anyone disagreeing with that it might be traumatic to experience that on a set? Like, you're on a set and all of a sudden...
I mean, the devil's advocate position is she's EMT. This is what the job is about.
I get it. I understand that part.
That's the devil's advocate position. I mean, my brother is a doctor. He worked in an emergency room. He quite literally dealt with people who came in and were shot, right? And the thing is our medical system can't work if every single person who treats a gunshot wound victim ends up suing, right?
Yeah.
Everything falls apart. So I get where she's going with it.
Yeah.
And she could have landed this. She just fucked it to hell.
She did. She goes more. She goes further.
It's so bad.
Extreme emotional distress.
That is correct.
Did you in fact obtain a civil judgment against Sarah Zachry in that lawsuit for a sum of money?
It has been entered into judgment, yes.
That's so fucking shady. That I hate that. I hate that. I hate Morrissey when she does it. I hate her when she does it. I hate both of it. Like, call it a default judgment. Be clear. Don't play fucking mind games with the jury.
You can ask the question in this way. The risk you take on that is that the other
shove
side
it back down your throat.
But the thing is how do you shove this back? Oh, that judgment you got. That was actually just a default judgment, right? That's a weak ass.
It's fucked up.
That's a weak ass.
I don't like this style. I hate this style. I hate everything about this style.
I don't like that it's, I don't like what it's suggesting, but you're allowed to do that on cross, right?
You are. I just hate the style. I think that maybe that's it. Maybe that's why I'm upset with the attorney so much, because I have a almost visceral reaction to attorneys who litigate this way. Like, I don't like it, and I try to beat them at every punch. So I just don't like hearing it.
And your case against Ms. Gutierrez, that's still pending, right?
That is correct.
Do you believe that your testimony here today is going to help you in your civil case against her?
I'm not here for my civil case. I'm here for this case.
And I understand what you're here for, ma'am, but
Pause.
do you believe that your testimony here is going to help you in that case?
I'm not thinking.
Yep.
So after her, we get another witness. And she has a much better answer to that question. And anytime you've got one of these witnesses, you've got to prep them. You got to be ready you got to get them ready to address it. And one of the fundamental things is this will not help you in your civil suit, because all it does is it creates a on record further statement that you can be crossed on. It's actually harmful to your civil suit. And if you have a witness who understands that, then when they get this question, they can say, it's not going to help my civil suit. It will actually hurt my civil suit. It's not going to help it. So, and the other witness just says, like, they ask her, like, are you here to help your civil suit? She's like, it's not going to help my civil suit. And the lawyer's like, okay, moving on. Right?
Yeah, because you are attributing liability to someone who's not the person you're suing.
Yeah, and you're
suing a production company.
Well, and also just anytime you give an extra statement, you hurt your case. Yeah. So why would you go through an extra cross-examination?
But she hasn't stepped in it yet. Close.
Thinking about that case, I'm thinking about the fact that had our armorer
one question too
or
far.
first AD
Ready?
done their jobs, we would not be here. A woman
One
would not
question
be
too
dead.
far.
A mother would not be gone.
And you filed a civil lawsuit over this.
Yes.
They needed to interrupt
to get money.
Not for money. It's not how it started.
They needed to interrupt that beforehand.
You are an EMT basic or an...
There was one question too far.
It was also that they needed to interrupt that question.
They did, but she went one question too far. Like she got there, and the witness was like,
Yeah, it's just like, sorry, what's the next question? But when she started wandering, you just say, like, objection non-responsive and cut her off.
You couldn't have done it quick enough. Not with that question. The question.
Yeah, you could have. The instant she goes beyond yes or no,
dude,
and says it was about your objective non-responsive.
And
even if you lose the objection, you've broken her flow.
Well, here's what you've done. By asking the question in the first place, you have told Morrissey, here is a doorway. Would you like to be Kool-Aid Man and run through it?
And Morrissey stomps her way through it.
Yeah, and if counsel had just avoided the question, if that question was not asked, just that last one right there.
Yeah.
And the thing is, by asking the question, then cutting her off, Morrissey goes, oh, they don't want this. It was like a double down. Like that last two questions that was the part where that was one step too far, and Morrissey smells it and makes quick work.
An EMT. What is your EMT training?
EMT. There was an EMT, there's EMT advanced or advanced EMT, and there's paramedic.
And you do have a certification, right?
Yes, I do.
Are you licensed through the state of New Mexico?
I am, and the state of California, as well as the National Registry.
In fact, you also have medical experience working at a hospital for almost 3 years.
That is correct.
And that was in an overflow unit for the emergency room? We need to approach.
Bad move. Like, just bad move. Bad approach, bad method, bad choice. Like, tactically speaking,
all of this
worst way.
All of this is a tire fire. Right?
Is the worst way you could have gone after this witness. I can't think of a worse way you could have done this. And and the thing is, when the witness pushed back, this is what I thought. The witness pushed back, and that lawyer felt personally affronted. The lawyer was like, I'm in charge. I'm going to re-exert authority. And I'm going, oh, fuck. You don't realize what you just did. Morrissey did.
I was like, people have thought that I'm pissed off at this witness. I am not pissed at this witness. I'm pissed at the
you did say
lawyer.
you worked at the hospital, but what is your experience with treating gunshot wounds?
It's even worse.
I do not have
It's worse.
experience with gunshot wounds. They were not on the floor I worked on.
Why wouldn't you be trained on that type of injury when you're dealing on a set with real guns?
I am trained for it. You asked about my experience at the hospital.
Okay, so you are trained with treating gunshot wounds.
Correct.
You just don't have experience actually applying that training. Is that fair?
Not in the hospital setting.
She could have done this at the beginning.
Yeah.
Not now. You can't do it now. You are now in it.
This is the thing. I always, like, one of my top tips for cross-examination is start soft, because you can always go hot later. But you cannot go from that hot, aggressive cross-examination style back to a soft cross-examination style. It doesn't work. You can't get them there. And I have seen, like, one of the things, like, I was at one point a very baby criminal defense lawyer. And so one of the things I did is I spent a lot of time going to watch trials run by lawyers who I respected, who have a great... And I watched some of those lawyers run, like, I watched a lawyer bring the witness who was, like, you know, a very angry witness around to the innocence of the client through a very careful, soft cross.
Soft cross. That's how you get
and
him.
He would never have gotten them there.
Hard cross. Yeah, you can't do it.
One of the things that is also fun is like the Columbo, because you can have if you have a witness who thinks you're dumb, you can get a witness to say all sorts of shit because they think they don't respect you, and it's like, great. But once you go hostile, once you're on the attack, that is the footing you're on for the rest of it. You can't ever get that back.
And you better have the receipts, because you better be able to back that witness into every corner and have receipts.
Ideally, as a defense lawyer, ideally you need to have the jury or the judge already starting to think it before you do it. So you need to start asking some questions and get them to start weaseling. And you can do this in a friendly way. Like, I'm just looking at my notes and you said this, but earlier you said this other thing. Can you clarify that? Which is it? And then they'll go, and you're still asking in like a friendly, I just have another question kind of way. And you get the court, or, you know, you get whoever is, you know, the judge or the jury listening to that, and they're going, okay, this witness is sus. And then you've earned the transition to going hot. That is where they don't hate you for it, because you get them to the point where they're like, why is he being so nice to this lying sack of crap? And then they appreciate that you hammer them. Yeah. That's the transition. If you want to go hot at the beginning, you better have fucking crystal clear, Costco checkable receipts with every single detail on them, like in black ink. Like,
and there's a lawyer that I very much respect who, he's a fucking asshole. He's an asshole. He's a complete prick.
We all are.
When I say that I very much respect him, it is because
he's got a gun to your head.
No, it's not. But it's one of those things where he does the aggressive cross, comes in hot. Son of a bitch. Every fucking question he has a receipt. Every single question. And I've talked to him after the case, and he's like, he looked at me square in the face. He goes, it's like training a dog. It's like training a dog. You have someone to stand, and you have to train them when they're on the stand. You have to train them that when you ask the question, you know the answer. And when they fight back, you have to remind them that you know the answer. So you have to shove the answer down their throat. And you have to train them every time they act up you have to put the answer right back down their throat. And
there's also, man, you want the witness to basically see you as this like all-knowing God who somehow who knows everything. And so the one point I was actually sitting in the cafeteria, and the witness who I was going to be crossing was like 3 tables back, and I took note of what they had for lunch.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went in and crossed them, and they're like, you know, they said something like, "You weren't there," and I said, like, "I know you had the chicken strips for lunch." And the prosecutor's like, "Objection." I'm like, "Oh, okay, fine. It wasn't a question. Like, I'll ask a question." But you just see the witness go like, and you want to get, like, ideally you want to get a witness to a place where they just, every time they've disagreed with you, you've hammered them and you've shown that you're right and that you can prove it every single time. And eventually they get to a place where they'll agree with anything you say, so long as it's not completely stupid. And
it is scary, and it's scary to watch. And what happens is, once that lawyer has trained the witness, as they have put it, they train the witness, where they have trained the witness to recognize that every question that lawyer asks, they have a receipt for. Now the witness is trained, and now they can go into areas where they don't have the answers. And the witness is so scared that they answer honestly.
Yeah.
It is a tactic that is remarkably risky. Like, it's one of the highest risk tactics that you better have all your shit lined up and you do not miss. If
Denny, we're not bickering. We're agreeing with each other.
We're agreeing. No, who's saying that? No, you either hit that or you miss. If you miss, oh my God, you end up, here's the thing. If you miss, you end up here. And here's where this is what a miss looks like.
If you miss, you look like a pathetic bully.
Yes.
You said on direct that you had 2 trauma bags?
I have my normal bag, which has, it's a 96% bag. It's kind of like a walking Walgreens, but it has gauze in it and trauma shoes.
When she says 96% bag, she means it handles 96% of her problems.
Did you have any equipment with you on that day specifically addressed to treating a gunshot wound?
No.
You didn't have chest seals?
No.
Did you have any IVs?
Why would there be live ammunition on the set? That was the one point that I thought needed to be made. Like, why would she ever have to treat a gunshot wound? Ever.
I mean,
she'd never
happened on film sets, right? But this is like the 3rd in the history of ever, so.
But you'd never have to. Like,
right.
Like, and that was one thing where I thought, like, Morrissey dropped the ball a little bit.
And what the defense lawyer should have said is, you didn't have anything for treating serious critical injuries.
But what she said
was gunshot wounds. But she should have said, like, critical injuries to cover, like, car accidents, to cover, like, you know, some crazy person comes on this out of nowhere and stabs,
yeah.
You know, stabs your lead actor. What do you do?
Or like a puncture wound. Like, but Morrissey dropped the ball here, but these questions were terrible.
Yep. I am not licensed to start IVs. So I would not. And we are on a movie set where there should be no gunshot wounds.
Well, are there other things on a movie set that could cause a thoracic puncture on the set?
Not generally. Not generally. If there is going to be something that's going to happen where something more traumatic like that could happen, then we would request a standby ambulance to be on set with us so that we had all the gear and equipment needed, as well as additional medics to help.
But
does every accident announce itself ahead of time?
In it, right?
Like, ask the questions.
I could not tell you.
And horses?
There were horses.
Snakes?
There were wild snakes. We did not bring them onto set.
We did not bring them onto set.
Snakes?
I mean, you could get a snake bite, but I just like the idea of, like, the snakes coming on as snake business. But the thing is I would have said, like, do you necessarily know when a horse is going to kick somebody? Do you know when somebody's going to get into a car accident?
You need a shirt of snake business.
Snake business. I thought the comment I made on my stream was snake's gonna do what snake's gonna do or something like that.
But I do not.
You said, you can assume, well, I mean, did you see it happen?
I did not.
Okay. Prior to all of these concerns that you're telling us about here today with Ms. Gutierrez, you never raised any of those concerns with anyone?
I did not.
Not even the safety director, David Halls?
I did not.
And you said on direct, I believe, that prior to the shot that you heard on that day, that I think I heard you say, I want to get it clear, that you did not hear Dave Halls yell out, rehearsals up, first team on set. Did you ever hear that?
I did not.
You never heard any call out that they were going to do that set?
No, not on the radio. I did not hear it. Doesn't mean it didn't happen and I didn't hear it, but.
No, I just want to know what you heard.
I did not hear that, no.
Okay. No further questions.
And Morrissey, watch her jump. Yeah, baby. Look at her go.
Sure.
That's when you see an attorney walk to a podium like that, you're in fucking trouble.
When you see him stand up and you can hear in your head like the wrestling walk-on music,
you're in trouble. She smelled. This is a tractor trailer through a fucking doorway. Like there's. Oh my God. And the judge tries to stop it. And you know what, Morrissey? People are going to say it was shady. People are going to say it's fucked up. She shouldn't have gone there. Nope. That's her job. Her client is the state of New Mexico. And that's her job.
Our chest seals and
Why are there
IVs,
motherfucking snakes on my fucking set?
customary for movie set medics.
Chest seals, if you can get them, it's not like we can go to a hospital and pick up equipment or products that we would keep in our bags. Whatever we generally keep in our bags is something that we buy over the counter.
You can buy a chest seal over the counter.
They're not the most, they sometimes hurt more than help. IVs would be something that needs to be ordered. And if you do not have medical direction or a doctor that works at an ER that says, yes, you can work to your scope of practice or your license level.
These were bad explanations. They were bad explanations. Like they just were, but they had to get out of the way.
You don't have that, which most medics in New Mexico don't have. Most medics don't have that.
Most medics don't have a chest seal?
You are not allowed to do that outside of a hospital setting or outside of if you were employed by a EMS.
Okay. And shifting gears, you were asked on cross-examination some questions about whether or not safety checks of ammunition would have taken place outside your presence. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
In your experience, are the safety checks of the ammunition done in the presence of the crew and the cast?
Yes.
Do you know if there's a reason for that?
I'm not sure.
Well, if a safety check of ammunition was done outside the presence of the cast and crew, would the cast and crew...
By the way, if fucking, what's his name again? The defense lawyer.
Bowles.
If Bowles has not figured out
Lex Luthor
how Morrissey lines up her like drive home questions, he needs to like not be in court.
They keep setting her up. They keep lining her up.
They do, and she has the same lead up. You can feel it in the change in posture, the change in questions. Like you can feel her building up to it.
She loves the redirect. Oh,
and she's good at it.
Well, I mean, they let her get away with way more in
they do
redirect than they should. But also, she just like she leaves bombs for them. And so
like Bowles, get up. Recognize, like he's sitting there going, what are you doing? Like you should know by now. Like you can, I am telling you right now.
Look at his expression.
I can tell you right now, she is either 1, 2, or 3 questions away from a nuclear bomb. Like she is going to drop this bomb.
Well, and look at his expression right now. It's what's happening. Like it's the what's happening, not the oh shit. And Yeah.
You can feel it. Like she is gearing up. She has a method.
I need my emotional support sword.
I know you do.
Crew have knowledge as to the level of safety associated with that ammunition.
Not if it was not done in front of them, no. But the cast and crew are all welcome to ask for it to happen.
Two more. Ready?
You were asked some questions about a civil lawsuit, and you.
She's thinking I have the worst
you were
lawyers.
testifying today because you thought it would help your civil lawsuit. And I think your response was, you didn't do it for money. That's not how it started. So I'd like you to, and then I think you got cut off. I'd like you to go ahead and finish that.
The reason
This is the problem when you cut someone off. They get to finish on redirect.
Yeah. Honestly, it's like quasi objectionable, but you can't because you cut.
Oh no, this is what redirect is for. This is the purpose of redirect.
You actually
weren't
can't
allowed
ask
to
the
give
question. But you can't ask the question that way. You can't ask the question calling for a narrative. You can ask questions to redirect them, but you can't just say, "Hey, you were going to say something. Go ahead and say it." Like you can't do that.
I don't see
you're
the
not allowed
objection.
to.
I don't see the objection.
Calls for a narrative.
It's not a narrative. It's you were going to answer the question. You weren't permitted to answer the question because you got interrupted. What were you going to say? It's not a narrative.
It calls for the completion of a narrative. It calls for a narrative.
Well, then the other side should have objected beforehand.
It was cut off.
It's not a narrative. It's an interrupted question, like an interrupted answer.
Well, Morrissey sees bait, and this is chum in the water.
Oh, absolutely.
The beginnings is because I wanted change in our industry. I did not want something like this to be able to happen again to anybody else, to their families, to the crew that knows them as family.
Fucking danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
She's referring to herself there, right?
Oh. Morrissey, and that was the setup. Like she... If you don't see that shit coming, danger.
I wanted some sort of change to happen, some policy change, whether it be required to have a standby ambulance or it be required to have additional medics if there's going to be big stunts or big gunfire or anything that could potentially cause, somebody to become injured. I wanted that change in our industry because on that show there were roughly 75 crew. That is minimal to compared to what I normally would have on set. I would have no less than 300 usually before I would be approved to have an additional medic to come and help me. This
is a whole lot of words. This is a whole lot. This is a defense. You did this to yourself. Defense.
Oh, yeah. Entirely.
Oh my God. This is a lot. This is so much. Oh, baby. She's going to give a full ass critique.
It's just not okay. That is not okay. And being the only medic there with 2 patients, knowing my resources were not close enough to help in any significant way is what I wanted to change.
And have you suffered from extreme trauma as a result of this?
Yes. Can I just expand?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh, well, here's the problem. Morrissey got her to this emotional state. And it wasn't Morrissey that did it. The defense teed it up. By boxing her in.
And it goes so wrong because what the judge is expecting, she's going to say, I can't sleep at night. I keep seeing images of the accident. Like I don't feel I can continue to be an an EMT, like those kinds of things. That's not where she goes. And the judge tries to shut it down.
Morrissey knew where she was going. Morrissey saw that she was going towards industry takedown.
Yeah.
That's what Morrissey saw. And the judge didn't, but Morrissey saw it. And Morrissey was like, let's approach. And said, it's open-ended. She can answer the question. It's rebutting previous testimony, like all the right words. But this is why you don't step in the shit when you're counsel, and why that aggressive approach, when Ian and I were talking about, you better land the punch.
Yeah.
If you don't land the punch, this is what happens. Oh my God, this is so bad. This is so bad. And the jury's right. Oh God.
Oh, I love the jury instruction off this one.
Oh, it's so bad. It's so, and the jury asked a question. Oh my God. This is as bad as it gets. So that lawyer is bashing their head into their table. I would be doing it.
Oh, absolutely.
Over the top, people are saying it doesn't matter.
Let's proceed. Upon my questioning, you asked if I asked you about your claim for emotional distress, and you responded and asked if you could expand on that. The court is going to let you. Please expand.
Thank you.
Okay.
I went home.
So one, I'm going to give Morrissey like 9 million points because there are very few attorneys who can handle that in that fashion. The court is going to allow you to expand on my prior question. Like that. Yeah, go ahead. It wasn't rephrasing it. It wasn't re-asking it. It wasn't asking you to clarify. It was, you can expand. Go ahead. Oh my God. Like, and the judge right now is questioning her thoughts.
That night, and I looked at my little boy.
Oh my God.
Who's the same age as Helena's son. And all I could think about is how I could not save his mother's life and how he was going to grow up without a mother. And how her spouse lost the love of his life.
I did not expect this testimony. I did not.
No, the
expect
judge
this
expected
testimony.
like I can't
So
sleep.
we're
I
going to-
can't.
I mean no harm to you, but we're going to strike that testimony. Okay?
Oh, good. We'll just make the jury
disregard that
forget they heard that.
Yep. Please unring the most emotional bell that has rung in this fucking trial. Like, that was a master class in how not to do cross.
Oh, I could teach a course on what not to do here.
And here's the thing. The chat's going to ask. The jury came back and asked the question. The question was, what exactly should we disregard? Because the judge was caught that off guard.
Yeah.
Like the judge didn't clarify what we're supposed to ignore. That was bad. That was being out-lawyered. That was out-lawyering. That was... I don't like Morrissey. I don't like her. I have an issue with her. I think she like dances that ethical line real close. But she's fucking effective. It's really annoying. I don't like it.
The thing is I think she would be a lot less effective if she wasn't up against bulls and them who just keep walking into. This is like watching.
That was an own goal,
Roadrunner,
right? Like that was an own goal. None of that would have happened if they had chosen a different path for cross.
This is like watching, Wile E. Coyote trying to get the Roadrunner, and just like, oh, you've decided to set up another trap with a big heavy boulder. How do you think this is gonna go, right? Like, you just over and over, he gets crushed by the boulder or ends up off the cliff with the sign saying, oh shit. And it's like, maybe you stop doing this. Like, maybe you need to realize that this is not gonna go well. And instead, he just lets Morrissey always be sitting there showing up going, meet, motherfucker. Every time he does it. Like,
well,
and
I didn't have meet. I honestly, I did not put meet motherfucker on my bingo card tonight. Like, meet motherfucker. But it's crazy to me. I don't know. The chat accused me of being very one-sided, and I actually admitted like some bias here. I don't play around with guns, and when someone has the task on a set and they voluntarily sign a contract that says this is my job, I have a lot of trouble when they try to pass that off elsewhere. I have a big issue with it. And people are saying, Rob, you have her guilty before you've heard any of the other side. Well, here's the thing. I can view every element of evidence that the prosecution has introduced and discredit almost all of it. Literally all of it. I can let's say I call all of their witnesses liars. Her interview.
That's the problem. Is you need to get to don't believe this liar about Hannah. And the thing is, they did a decent job at, like, Hannah might have said some stupid shit about
stupid stuff.
You know, about in that first interview, right?
Yeah.
Hannah might have said some stupid shit in interview number 1. And I'm like,
Bowles is there in the second one.
Bowles is there in the second one. There is no way to fix the second one. And she says everything she said in the first one again in the second one and worse. And you know why they make her go over all of that stuff? Is because they know she didn't have a lawyer the first time. And so police know to go over it again and get it all like really nailed down. And they just nail her on that. And
I made the comment that the Taylor Shabusiness interview, when we watched that might have been the longest interview I had ever seen played in court, right? Until I saw this one, and it was the longest interview I had ever seen played with the defendant's attorney present.
Yeah.
I've never, if you ever want to know how you're doing in points, when opposing counsel is playing an interview for 25 minutes before asking a question.
When it's just roll tape. Yeah.
You are losing. So, Ian, I'm going to do something to you, or like for all of our benefits. Because
we got to get to Sam Bankman-Fried.
I will, but I want you to see this first. It's 5 minutes.
Okay.
But you're the camera operator, and there's the camera, so I should always shoot off camera. You never shoot into the lens, and you shoot it. There's a flash and a sound. Now, I went to lunch.
One lie. Count
she disarmed me.
All the lies. Count them.
I sat down.
She being
Hannah, the armaments person. She was always handling the guns, 99% of the time. So I would, if I had a cosmetic rifle with no rounds, I'd hand it to one of her assistants. I'm sitting there.
What assistant?
She disarms me. We go to lunch. We come back from lunch, and they hand me the revolver, the Colt.
And I just like so names. It's Hannah again.
They arm me.
Hannah.
And you're assuming, as we've done every time, that it's a cold gun for the rehearsal. And I put the gag in the shot. You're the camera because I have a coat and I have a holster, and I pull the coat over, and I kind of cup my hands like I folded my hands. And then I'm going to slowly sneak the revolver, the Colt out, and turn and shoot these other guys, or try to shoot them. I take the coat over the thing, the camera's there. I believe, my recollection is she was there, turned a bit, like talking to him. So I think she was hit in the right armpit. But this is all I know, and that is that I take the...
How do you know that, sir? This is very new information, but he knows it somehow.
Gun out in the rehearsal. Really, he wanted very dramatic and very kind of.
Oh, I mean, he had
I take the gun
best
out,
view in the
and as
house.
I take, like as it clears, as the barrel clears the hole, turn and cock the gun over here. I turn and cock the gun goes off.
Okay.
It's supposed to be a cold gun. Nothing. No flash charges, nothing. Now, this is a puzzle to me. This is making me very emotional now, you know. But in my time, and I'm older now, but when I was younger and I was shooting guns in films, I've never seen a theatrical flash round where the material went through someone's arm.
Okay. Here we
It
go.
came out their body and hit somebody else in the shoulder.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if your department is prepared to go find out what comes out of his shoulder surgically. Is that a live round?
That's what we are actually looking
Is that
at.
a lot? Because it doesn't make any sense otherwise.
Yeah.
It hits her in the armpit, comes out her shoulder, goes into his shoulder, and he just told me on the phone. I talked
What
to
is
him.
it? A fucking UFO? What do
They
you
showed me
think
the
it is,
X-ray, and the
Alex?
shape of the thing in my shoulder is the shape of a bullet.
What do you
Now,
guys?
all the rounds, I was told, you need to verify, I think this is an important note, they take the gun, they enter and all the rounds that are in there were either dummy rounds, no flash, cold rounds, or rounds with a flash. In the rehearsal, there should have been nothing. It should have been a cold gun with no rounds inside or dummy rounds, cosmetic rounds, no flash. I take the gun out slowly, I turn, I cock the pistol, bang, it goes off, she hits the ground, she goes down. He goes down, screaming. He's like, Jesus Christ, and I'm going. And I thought that maybe sometimes the wadding can come out if you're closer, you get a burn. 2 actors who killed themselves with guns, with theatrical guns, John Eric Hexum and Brandon Lee, they put the live round in, and I'm told even with the flash powder, you can cause contusions and you can do a brain bleed and die, which both of them died.
Right.
I think with Brandon
That's
Lee,
not how
there was
Brandon Crow died.
a piece of material lodged in the thing that shot from the or something.
Yeah.
I don't
That's not how
remember.
Brandon Lee
My
died,
point
right?
is, I've been doing this. I shot enough guns in my day in movies. I've never seen this before, where a flash round. But from my understanding is, may I borrow your pen
Of
for a
course,
minute?
you could even borrow me.
My understanding is that
Of course you can. Please
bullet,
write your incriminating
here's
things
the
on my
thing with
notepad.
pin, and here's the bullet itself. And now here, when you have a cosmetic round, no flash, no nothing, they drill a hole in the side of the brass to signify that it's a cosmetic round. There's nothing in there. There's no powder.
These cops have
but when
never
you have
seen
a
this.
when
They
you
have
have
no
a flash round
whatsoever.
and you have and there's stuff in there, wadding and powder to make the charge. This material here, that is the bullet, is made of a clay or some material that just disintegrates. So what you have is bang, and you see the flash go bang, and you hear the sound, but nothing. There's no projectile.
Wait.
And what I'm curious about is what came out of that bullet.
Holy shit! How wrong is he? He just said that like the flash round, like that has like he said a flash round will have a hole drilled in the side, and the clay on the top will like explode and be like boom, like everything he said was wrong. Every single thing he said was wrong.
He's bragging about his knowledge, but he's wrong.
Everything, all of it. This is Alec Baldwin.
Went through her body and into his shoulder.
That's pretty powerful.
I've never heard of it. Now, some people say you can lodge material in the barrel accidentally, a rock, something, that happens. Which is why every time we've done this, I'm here to tell you, to testify that every time we've done this, she's done it right. She cleaned the barrel.
This is her best evidence.
Oh, absolutely.
What he's about to say is her best evidence.
If it wasn't for Alec Baldwin giving multiple statements in multiple places, that I don't think that they would have. I think that what it would have been is they go to him. They're like, we don't have anything to charge you with, and he just goes, okay, I'm willing to testify, but I want an immunity deal. And I think they would have given him the same deal they gave Sarah Zachry, and that's it. This is a good question. How far would that bullet have theoretically gone if it hadn't hit 2 people? I think it could have gone through that wall, no problem.
Yeah.
And killed somebody on the other side of it. So
FMJ,
absolutely could
like FMJ through and through. Yeah.
I mean, it's soft lead. It's not jacketed, but it's a big, heavy projectile, and that church is going to be made with thin wooden walls.
Yeah.
It'd just punched through, and somebody behind it could absolutely have been hit.
Or church, you hit glass and it's gone through. It's easy.
they'll go through wooden walls. They'll go through, yeah, no problem. No problem at all.
But yeah, so this right here is Hannah's best bit of evidence, and we're gonna hear this in defense. I guarantee they're gonna try and play this clip where he says that she showed him every time. Alec Baldwin is the boogeyman. Well, he's a boogeyman because he also talks about how slowly he draws the gun. And when he talks about it, when he pulls the gun, his hypothetical gun, he says, I draw the gun, and his finger is like that. And I was like, it's not, like, if you're doing that, you're doing this. Like, you're doing that. Like,
yep.
You're not, like, the booger hook.
Well, and the thing is the hammer doesn't fall like that unless your finger is on the trigger. Yeah. But it's really easy to have your finger on the trigger with this one. Yeah. And it's got a really light trigger pull, 2.5 pounds.
It's 2.5 pounds. 2.5 pounds. When that testimony came out, I was like, that's fucking nothing. That's nothing. I think my Glock is an 8-pound pull.
I'm pretty sure I could pull the trigger with my bottle of hot sauce.
Yeah.
Like just resting, like 2.5 pounds. When I was doing this at the range, like just playing with it, I found that just trying to rest my finger on the trigger without trying to pull it, when I was pulling the I was pulling the hammer back,
that's scary.
I found that just that like weight, and the fact that when you pull the hammer back, your finger tends to curl, it's really easy, right?
The point is, like, when you watch this interview later, I want you guys to watch it again. When he talks about how he has his hand not inside the guard, look at his hand. Look at his finger.
Yeah.
Because he talks about drawing it, and his finger is like that. And every person who has ever shot a firearm, I swear to you, if you have ever shot a handgun, it is drilled into your fucking subconscious that your hand is here. It is here always.
It's finger up.
Up. Always, always, always.
I need to get like a
never. If I ever replicate a gun shooting, it is this. It is like I'm pulling it this way, and my finger is never doing that.
And the thing is, if you have experience with guns, you start doing this with things like drills, right? Yes. It's like I pick up the drill and my finger is alongside, and people. And the funny thing is, I was actually at a construction site. I was just walking by, and there was a guy who was using a nail gun, and I saw his finger do this, and I turned to the guy and I said, I know you shoot. And he turned around and went, holy shit, Runkle, because he did shoot, and he also watched my videos, and I was like, yep. So, yeah.
So, end of this real quick, and then I'm going to do SBF.
Every time we've done this, I'm here to tell you, to testify that every time we've done this, she's done it right. She cleaned the barrel. They said nothing was lodged in there. We went hot when they were ready. You always announce, going hot. Crew gets ready. And then all of a sudden, you're the camera, and I shoot away from you. I sit there and like, bang, 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 and flashes are coming out. We shoot the rounds.
We know that's a lie.
She cleans the barrel every time, and she checks that the rounds are all cosmetic rounds, or nothing in the chamber for the rehearsal. She hands me the gun. I'm assuming she's done it the right way. She's done it the last 2 weeks. I put it in the holster. I pull it out slow. We're rehearsing. We're not filming anything. I pull it out slow, turn, cock the pistol, bang, it goes off, and she hits the ground. And then he starts screaming. And I'm thinking, in a flash round, I could see maybe if there was wadding or there's some stuff like that that's hot, and maybe it hits you and burns you.
Said it again. Are you really thinking that? Because you're not. Like, I guarantee you're not. Your brain isn't there yet. Like, you have made this up after the fact. It's very cute. But no, you haven't thought of this.
As they say, sometimes that happens. But remember, we're rehearsing, so no one's protected.
So it's all supposed to be this one, cosmetic one.
Or nothing.
Or nothing.
For the rehearsal, the gun is normally empty. But my point is that they were standing in positions they wouldn't ordinarily be in because they assumed it was an empty, cold gun. We weren't shooting, we were rehearsing. That's a vital difference. So if she's here, if the camera's here, and she's standing here talking to the gun, and I'm on a bench here, and Joel's behind her, and this is not proportionate because obviously the camera's not as big as her body, but I draw the gun slowly and aim off camera, and there's supposed to be nothing in there. So she's not protecting herself and standing off. I'm shooting in a direction, and everybody is supposed to be to that side of the camera. There's nobody in my line. Nobody.
Lie. Fucking lie. You did a fucking cross draw, which means that every single person that you swept across is in your fucking line. I hated that. I'm sorry. That made me very mad.
And so when I shoot the gun, so in the rehearsal, I'm assuming I have an empty gun, and the gun goes off, she's right in front of me. She's as far from me as I am from a difference between maybe you and the door.
Okay. So pretty close proximity.
It was a very tight shot.
Okay.
The shot was here, of me, not of me, it's of me pulling the gun slowly, turn cock.
Okay.
And she's right there, vulnerable, in a position she wouldn't ordinarily be if we were shooting, and this thing, boom, she hits the ground.
Boom, she hits the ground. Boom, it's that easy. Boom, she hits the ground. Motherfucking asshole. I'm sorry. That was very aggressive. I'm going to do the Rust bumper. Did you like that? That was good.
No, I did not like that.
You didn't like it? You hated it?
I did.
I'm sorry.
Play it again and I'll tell you why I hated it.
Tell me why I hated it. Come on. That was rude. And no, never mind. Anyway, I know why you hated it because it's stupid. Because the cartridge
is stupid.
Shooting. The entire
it's shooting the whole cartridge.
Shooting the whole cartridge. I saw it.
Rob, I
God
hate it.
Damn it. I am so mad now. I am so mad. I'm so mad. I am so upset at myself because I thought it was like for a second I thought it was cool. And then the second you said I hate it, I was like, shit, it shoots the fucking cartridge. Oh my God.
So guys, this is the problem. You see, this is a dummy cartridge, but you see, this is the cartridge.
I'm so
only
mad
this,
at myself.
Only
I'm
this
so
lead
mad.
part actually flies out.
Mad.
It isn't the whole thing that flies out, and I have a fired casing here.
I'm so upset.
This is it after firing. When you shoot this, you get to keep this part. This part stays with you, and it's the metal part that goes and causes,
I know,
but it causes somebody to have a bad day.
Like for like 2 seconds, can you give me like a little bit? Like it looks cool if you forget the mechanics. Never mind, I can't unsee it.
No, I can't give it to you. I cannot give that to you. I mean, it's got some like 3D effects and whatever, but it is.
I can't unsee it. I can't unsee it now. Shit. Oh,
It's like a courtroom drama scene where the lawyer gets up and is like, "Objection," and says something ridiculous, like,
you play with these canned. You know what? Maybe it makes sense. Maybe here's how it makes sense. It makes sense because it's Rust, and in Rust, when we talk about ammo, we're talking about dummies, live. We don't know what it is. We don't know. Maybe it could shoot.
It looks to me like if you had a courtroom scene where somebody gets like, "Objection, res ipsa loquitur," and you're like,
"Oh, it's so bad. It's
no.
so bad. Oh, it's so bad. Oh no. Oh."
And somebody says, "So stop bashing a non-gun owner." Rob is not a non-gun owner.
I'm not a non-gun owner. I know fucking better. The second Ian made the comment, it says, "I hate this," and I looked at it again. I was like, "Oh no! Now I know." No, I know damn well why Ian hated it. I thought it looked cool, but it was like, oh shit!
You saw it
There's
as soon as I
something
said it.
mechanically unsound in this. All right, so not a Rust transition. Not one.
What
which
is cool?
To get to SBF. Quick, very quick, because I know that my mods, I've kept them up. Like I did not plan on this stream being this particularly long.
Yes, Rob, you're a bad person, and this is all your fault.
I feel that way sometimes. So we've got Sam Bankman-Fried, who fired his attorneys. So he fired his counsel prior to sentencing. And we've got this, his pre-sentencing memorandum. So he has a lot of letters that were filed on his behalf, blah, blah, blah. They are basically looking at 63 months as the recommended sentence. The question is not so much all this other stuff. They try to say it's not that bad. You know what? A whole lot of this is it's not that bad. I think I'm going to do a whole separate video on this. I'm going to do a video on this because, no, I can't do this as quick. They have letters that are, dear judge, blah, 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 my friend, my son. You have letters written by various people. Hang on, I've got some of these that are better. Oh, Stanford Global Health. So you have Stanford jumping in, Stanford, the university, and people in the university staff going, please, sir, give him and spare him time in jail. So this
I can tell you, if my kid wanted to go to Stanford, I'd be like,
no,
you're out of the will.
No, you're done.
At this point, Stanford is clowning itself.
Stanford Law School. This person sent this letter in asking for pardon for Sam Bankman-Fried from Stanford fucking Law School. You've got to have some set of nuts. Lady balls, male balls, I don't care. You got some set. That's pretty fucked. So I have to break this down. And you know what? What do you guys think? Do I do this on a members only, or do I do this kind of on a separate stream? I kind of want to do members only on this one because there's been a lot of gifted memberships and I'd like to just be able to chat about it. So let me know. Drop a comment in response to the video. And I think that's kind of where I want to leave things tonight. I did want to make a comment, and it was a gratitude, a very big thanks to everyone for going and checking out Ian's recaps.
Well, thank you. You've been a tremendous supporter, and I really appreciate it. So
it's not that. It's Ian has watched every minute of this trial. Ian knows this trial like I knew the Maya trial. If there's someone who has the information about it, it's Ian. So please go watch the recaps. He's been doing it every single night. Last night he had 6,200 people. It was huge. That was big. Yeah, that's the most you've had since Rust. Or not Rust, Depp.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. So
please go check out Ian's recaps. They're amazing. They're starting back up on Monday. Trial's back on Monday. I have no idea what's going to happen next. Is Hannah going to testify?
Here's the thing. It's really hard to answer that question because
I want your wager. What's your money? I want your wager.
My money's on yes, but I wouldn't bet on... I'd want odds to be pretty close to 50-50 on it because... The thing is, she's going to be awful, and they're going to throw her statements in her face and so forth. But otherwise, how do you get to she was bullied and so forth? I think she testifies, but it's really close. I mean... There is no winning on this. If she doesn't testify, it's a loss. If she does testify, it's a loss.
If you're the lawyer, how much are you? Hang on, I'm putting a poll up real quick. SBF. Hang on. SBF update.
This. this is one of those cases that I will say, I would be telling my client, listen, we're going to prep you to testify, and we're going to make the decision based on how badly you're losing. And if we think we can push the ball over the line, then you don't testify. But otherwise, you get up there. And so I think if she testifies, it probably indicates that her counsel is not super confident with the result. But I wouldn't be super confident if I was her counsel right now anyway. So
no. I've got her like 80% conviction. Like I'm like 80% conviction.
The problem is that if I go to different chats, like I see people who say very different things on that.
Those interviews. And the thing is,
the interviews are so bad.
Morrissey has this game to lose. She has this to lose right now. I think she needs to stop overstepping. Like she needs to back it the fuck down. Like if she keeps pushing too hard, she's going to alienate people in the jury.
Yeah. So
agree. I think Morrissey has this to lose. Like she just needs to not be a dick.
She needs to not bungle it. She needs to not piss people off. She needs to not have a witness blow up on her, because she could easily end up calling a witness up who says, I don't blame Hannah.
Yeah.
I blame production.
Or Alec.
And just says it wouldn't have mattered which armor they had. This was an accident waiting to happen. And
how much was the defense? The defense wants someone to say, I blame Alec. That is their golden ticket. Like,
and the thing is,
ticket.
I also blame Alec.
I do
but
too.
I think Alec's going to get acquitted.
I fucking hate that. Like I see what you are saying verbally. Like I watch the words coming out of your mouth and I process them logically, but emotionally speaking,
I
watching
hate it too.
that interview and knowing what I know,
I
watching
hate it too.
the videos of him pulling that out with his hand on the trigger, I think that he has a chance at acquittal, and I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
Be so bad. We can drink in solidarity.
Oh, absolutely. Although I'll need a better scotch for that. I'm out of my good scotch. I ran out of good scotch, and scotch is so fucking expensive these days. So
it's not cheap. I'm ending the poll. So of the 290 of you who voted, 80% said do the SBF stuff live. So I have to find some time to do that. God knows when I'm going to find that time. But I've got to update you guys on SBF because the shit cannery is shit cannery. It is 2:20 in the morning my time, which means it is about 12:20 Ian's time. And we've been here for 5 hours, which is about right for Ian's recaps and FNF.
It's how I roll.
We don't do concise, do we?
The problem is that the last few days, it's been really hard. There's been a lot of stuff in there. So I'm going to be back at it on Monday, and you will see more recap. And I also still have to do a celebration for 250K, even though I'm now at 258.
Good for you. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's so I mean, it's a slow growth, but we're gonna. I also, I gotta cover. I gotta cover Janet.
Fucking Janet.
Yeah, I gotta get that done like tomorrow is when I gotta get that done. So
that's pressure.
I may do it live. It may be just like a hell. I'm doing it live. It'll be fun. So
You do that, I'll do taxes and watch.
Sounds good. All right,
terrible.
I'm going to let you go.
Terrible
so
idea.
that...
Yep, jump off. I'll wrap up. I've got like a couple more to read, and then I'll see you.
I'm going to let you land the plane without my interference. So
I'm going to land.
All right, good night.
Night, bud. So Helen Nichols, happy birthday to you. Glad that you're here. Happy birthday indeed. Thanks to Ian for joining in. He's been doing those recaps. They are so exhausting, and I appreciate the hell that he jumps back on FNF to finish after he's been doing it for so long. Janelle, third time watching the trial today. EDB, Runkle, and Law and Lumber, thank you all for the commentary. I didn't plan to watch the trial at all, but now I'm hooked. It's like a slow-moving train wreck. Can't walk away. Helen Nichols, what do you think they looked for in voir dire? I would say that you're looking for a male jury. Older. I don't know. It's tough. Yeah. Statistically speaking, females are very critical of females. Just hypercritical. Female juries are some of the fastest to convict when it comes to both males and females, and even faster when it comes to females. I don't know why. Just those are the numbers. So, Chrissy Lee, replay crew tonight. Hi, friends. Hi, Chrissy. Glad to see you here. Hope you're doing well. Glad to see you. Haven't seen you in a bit. Glad you're still here, hanging out, having fun. Carson Pratt, anything other than cannibalizing at Runkle's recaps? Oh, I feel that's insulting. Watching the same trial. Have the same opinions. I mean, I'm not cannibalizing his recaps. I'm just watching the same trial. Different perspectives and debate. So, you hate it, you hate it. You love it, you love it. You hate it, you find stuff elsewhere. Joshua, thank you very much. Thanks again for another long FNF, and have a wonderful weekend, everyone. Thank you, Joshua, for being here. Very much appreciated. Wonderful. Jeremy Morton, what does the cartridge case look like that fires an entire round as a bullet? So, it's a weird question. Hang on. 45 long Colt. Easy to show. Should be. This is a 45 long Colt cartridge. This top piece, that's the bullet. That little lead piece there, that's the bullet. Casing down here, and then the center piece down there is the primer. That's what it looks like. Heather, good to see you. Glad to have you here. Thank you for keeping me company during my birthday today. Happy birthday, Heather. My first thought, my mom. It's always the hardest. The first one's always the hardest. I'm glad you're here. Keep your head up. They're still there. Talk to them. Here for years. I'm really late. What have I missed? A lot. Lee Pineda, thank you for getting memberships. Steeler with RSD. I could lose license if I pulled a chest seal. I mean, she wasn't lying. Robin, thank you for being a member. Valkyrie, thanks for being a member. Jody Allgood, this coverage is priceless. Ian's been perfection. Ian has been wonderful. And Ian is putting in a lot of work, so please go support his channel. Witchy Jess, new member, thank you. Delicate Janelle, thank you for becoming a member. Lindsay, does SBF live for everyone? You still owe members a special story time about farmers. Former bosses disbarment. Yes, I freaking do. Lindsay, you are the boss. Lindsay, coming in clutch with a reminder. Thank you. I do owe a member stream reading through how my former boss got disbarred. I got to announce that too. I got to give people a heads up on that one, don't I? Yeah, I do. I'm going to pick a day this week. I'm going to do it. I'm going to give the announcement and I'll do it. I'll do it this week. Piece of the puzzle. Check out Danny on flipping out over 10K subs. That's awesome. Good for her. Sandy is giving me a $10 super sticker, which means she is telling me, Rob, land this plane. The plane has been flying for 5 hours and 10 minutes, which means we could have traveled across the continental United States. So thank you guys for being here. I very much appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. I'm going to land the plane. I'm going to roll the outro. I hope you guys have a great weekend. Go make something. Go outside, enjoy life, but just make something. You'll feel better. Here's me making something. Made me feel better. So cheers. Have a great weekend.